original. I am powerful. Oh yeah, I am the original.
We are waking our people up to let them know that we are the American indigenous. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them. Your heritage is right here now, no matter what you call yourself or what you say. And a lot of people died to make it that way. There are some...
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not no African. Nigga, you a lying motherfucker. You nigga talking about we African. You African, nigga. I ain't African.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day. And when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turning to morning dew, then you let's face it, baby, you know all the places. My place is your place, my place, your place is my place. Just face it, no one knows my places like you do. Your places like I do. My place like you do. Baby, don't stop. Got the key to the lock, we in our own zone. Make yourself at home, get to know mine on the inside. Can meet at yours next.
Yeah. These are my memoirs. Light up a cigar, smoke up the memories as I sit and dust them off. Why do people say it's just to piss you off? Ignore them, no call button and then dress too par. Now they can't test the guards, had to defy the odds. It only get tougher back then. We thought times was hard. Told them don't write me off. Told them don't type at all. To all the ones that gave up, this a reply to y'all. That wavy haired kid that you knew been on a tear since. The cries was lower than the laughter now that I'm hearing. The praise for staying committed to something they played with. It was always about us, it's never about who's your favorite. Took my insecurities and made my future more secure. The way we moving, it's like we really been here before. The proof is in the progress from the year before. Furthermore, we wanted to further things more. They took another route, so what you think we kings for? No angel ever said, yo, who these wings for? Ain't no champion ever said, who these rings for? So don't question what God doing, who you live for. Start accepting who you are and what you do it for. Doing less, doing more, it's really either or. Meet them halfway when one close, here go another door. Here go your dreams, what you running for? Head full of steam, cause you want it, huh? But it's in your genes, you was born a star. Yeah, damn, we done came far. The blessings soon pay off. I don't get a day off. Feel like the playoffs, they like, when y'all gon' take off? Dale got laid off, now we focused on trademarks. We just making hits after hits, no aid off. Now they wanna eat off the same plate that I ate off. They really be brainwashed, I sold ain't for trade-offs. Listen to these verses, these are thoughts that I brainstorm. People do me wrong, but nowadays I just pray for them. I've been under pressure, you can't tell cause I stay calm.
Hit that like button, y'all.
The rain falls. Now all I see is green like my name was Draymond. I ain't so the brand and you know we gon' rain on. Shout out to the fans from the jump that stayed on. Rolling every hour of the day till the pain gone. Now every time we drop, yeah, they know that.
Turn your cameras on, ladies. Hey. Hey now.
Peace.
Yeah.
Peace. We salutation.
Conscious.
Hey.
Peace to the chat.
Smash that
Man.
like button, y'all. Cause it's
Alright,
about
so-
to get funky up in this bitch.
Far where I come from.
Indeed it is.
I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense. But nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping. Stacking them Franklins, them Grants and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion. We probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering. I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go.
Hey, hey, y'all. Smash that like button. Smash it. Hey, T Cortez. Hey, my mic sound all right, y'all?
Yes.
We about to get it in because I'm in my comfort zone. I'm home and I'm on my comfort zone right now. And today is gonna be a day. People probably not might not like our opinions, but we'll open up the panel later. As long as you're respectable, it don't matter. I don't care if you're white, black, Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. You're welcome to the panel when we open up. We're gonna get into politics today from a hood perspective, of course. I'll start it off, and I think y'all will know where I'm coming from. And we're also going to get in Southerners, our Southern brothers and sisters versus our Northern brothers and sisters. This seems to be a problem, an issue, and we got to fix it because something's wrong. And I think I know what it is. I really do. I believe I know what it is. And um, as matriarchs, we're the ones who can really, really fix things because our sons, they always listen to us. They do. Our sons, for the most part, the daughters follow because our daughters are just like us. It's like speaking to the same person. But when our sons listen, they follow, which is the right order anyway. Um, I started a conversation yesterday on Chief Holiday's panel, and I was in no way, shape, or form or fashion promoting the LGBT community. I was not. I was simply asking a question and relative, but not in relative to someone as an adult, but as a little 5-year-old kid when you notice certain things. But we'll get into that later because I like to really discuss things on my panel when it comes to things like that, because I really want to see and hear some answers. You know, you guys know I'm a social worker, and I mainly work with adults, the elderly abused. I can't do the children because I'd be in jail right now today. I would not be here. So, I would like my two sisters on the panel to introduce themselves because they're going to be here with me pretty much throughout the whole segment if they don't fall asleep. All of us just got off work. We all just pretty much got off the plantation. So I would like them to introduce themselves and talk about a little bit of what they're into. They are Aboriginals and they do identify as Aboriginal, aka American Indians to North America. So I'll start with Sister Salima.
Greetings and salutations. I'm Salima Ellis. I hail from Michigan. I am a indigenous woman. I'm a homeschooler. I'm an herbalist. I'm a certified medic. I'm a carpenter. I'm a farmer. I just about do it all as an indigenous woman. I promote indigenous studies for our people, indigenous knowledge, and I'm always banging heads with it. I ain't holding back.
Ha, there you go. That's right, sis. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. So you said you grew up in Michigan. Is that where your
Yes.
family is originally from? Deep?
Yes. No. My parents hail from Virginia, but for the last 4 or 5 generations, we've been here in Michigan.
So, like your grandparents, where are they from? Virginia?
Virginia.
So it keeps going further back in Virginia, nowhere else?
Um,
On both sides?
Well, a couple of other places, because when I did my family tree, that's when they started doing the those that were in Virginia were right up under Walter Plecker. And that's when I noticed the census started changing from, Indian, mulatto, black, African American. So I had to go through my family tree and do my genealogy like that.
Wow.
So I know that there were at least 3 generations in Virginia before they decided to come to Michigan.
Okay. So you didn't look any further than the back, I want to say the 1800s. You didn't go any further than, like, what's the latest you went in the 1800s? Was it the late 1800s?
No. I traced my family tree at least back on my father's side back to these lands to 1789.
Oh, nice.
Now
Okay.
my mother, I'm having more difficulty with because my grandmother was adopted.
Okay.
So I'm having more difficulty. But even by her record, so far I've only gone back to like I think it was 1825. I couldn't get out of the 1800s with my mother's family because of the adoption.
Okay, so when the adoption period took, was it your mother's mother?
Yes, it was my mother's my grandmother was literally adopted by someone else. Her parents had passed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you at least got back to your biological lineage grandmother.
Yes, and that I found out that her aunts and cousins had took her in, and it's still difficult getting that information because I found out one of my aunts was one of the peoples that were still living in the South working, and they
Mm-hmm.
hadn't been told that they were free.
Mm.
So I think by the time she was like 30, she had already had like maybe 12, 13 kids, and some of them were taken from her. So that's a hard path. That's a lot of paperwork and knowledge
Yeah,
you
it
have to
is.
really sit
That's a
down
little.
with.
It gets a little difficult, but the ancestors, trust me, you
Oh
know
yeah,
just as good as I know, they're gonna work it, and you're
just the
gonna
fact that I
find
got
out.
that far.
Right. Just the fact that you got that far, but
Mhm.
the ancestors gonna work it. Watch, trust, trust. So Yashini, let's
Yes.
talk about you.
Yes. Okay. Well, um, I am an original American to this soil. I know that not through my family, but I know that because I resonate with the frequency of this planet. I reckon I resonate with everything about this America. I know that when I was here before, I was in pain. And so I'm back here to settle that. I'm back here in the Americas this time to set the record straight and let the truth be known that we're on our way back home. Okay. So saying all of that, I am Yassini of Yassini in the House. That's my YouTube channel. It's about like 4 years old now. I had another channel before that that was taken down because of my truthfulness, I'm gonna say. But anyway,
Uh-oh.
I'm a published author. I'm a published poet. I have my business, Yassini University LLC, which
All
is
right.
online. And I have my jewelry store, which is Simply Stone. And you can find me at Yassini University, and you can find me on Etsy, because Red's
Wow.
on Etsy
So
now. I'm
so
selling my jewelry there. Yeah.
where's your family from? What part?
My family goes back to Arkansas, Pine Bluff.
Ooh,
Yeah, exactly. And before that, because I did some digging on my own a
Pine
long
Bluff is rough.
before that, on my dad's side, I know we are coming up out of New York. I know that from the records I saw back in the early 1800s. And then I got stuck on my mom's side, and that's when I asked my dad, why can't I find any information on him? But basically, what I wanted to know is because I was looking at the census bureaus from back then,
Uh-huh.
and it looked like they did. I saw the changes that they made. Like now, everybody's mulatto, and now we're colored. And so I did ask my dad, did we come here from Africa? Do we have a history of African in us? And he said no. And he was well in his mind. He still is. He's actually 93 years old. He grew
Wow.
up here as a farmer in Arkansas.
Oh, Sookie Sookie.
And he
That's the
said,
Indian.
we are
He
not from
Indian.
there.
He Indian. Arkansas farmer. Yeah, he Indian.
Yeah, I looked it up. My older brother told me we were Choctaw and Blackfoot. So
Wow.
I,
You look
I,
like,
I
oh God.
resonate with Choctaw.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
Well,
And I'm looking to get back to my tribe.
all right now.
Okay. I'm
To
not playing.
reestablish that. All right now.
I want
That's
I
what
want
it's
to
all
be in that
about.
tribe.
All
I want to
right.
be in a tribe. I want to be um, back with how it used to be, or people that at least have a mission here. They've got
Mhm.
some security by being in a tribe from them, and I'm just looking to see what the next part of my life is going to be now that I know what I know.
All right now. Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up.
So
So I guess we'll see you next week. so
I am definitely available.
so
Definitely. Big
um
dog, Philly OG in the house.
all
Peace.
right, yeah. Big Dog
Peace.
Philly OG, AT Cortez, Enoch, R.L. Smith, New Growth, Prophet Levi in the building, Kahi, Make Money 84. Let me see who else we got. Shout out to everybody watching. Gretchen, Cartels, Carlos, D. Allen Warren. Shout out to everybody that came up in here um to embrace with us today. But yeah, it
Yes.
might get a little stupid, but we gonna handle it. So the first thing, like I said, what we're gonna get into today is politics. And I'm uncut today. I don't know about y'all.
Go for
I'm
it.
gonna be uncut, and I am going to bring that conversation back that we talked about before. Yesterday from Chief Holiday Channel, because I really want people's perspectives. Um, right now, I want to get into politics because these are the biggest dividings that I find in our communities. Um, Politics, um, our Southern brothers and sisters, and our Northern brothers and sisters, and religious division. Those are the key topics today, and lifestyles and things of that nature. I'm not a Bible thumper. I used to be many, many years ago. I was. I was involved with them damn Hebrew Israelites, and me's be free. I tell you that much right now. Me's be free. It was a great lesson. I was young and I was looking for things. I was 23, and I out of my house. I, grown woman now, and I didn't even have a baby yet. And I ventured off there. Um, in my community, I noticed, and I'm a child, a little girl of the 70s and 80s.
Yes.
I became a teenager in the 80s. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I was in high school. I graduated from high school in the mid 80s. And prior to that, I grew up in the 70s in the North, in Connecticut, in a colonial ass state, a union state. Politics, I was told that I was a Democrat. Most of our people were told that. We were told that we were Democrats. That's the first thing I want to put out there because they didn't teach politics in elementary school or high school. So us as Aboriginals, aka Negro children, we were not given an option. We were literally told that you're a Democrat because Republicans are racist and they don't they don't like poor people and they don't like to help poor people and everything they told us. I mean, nothing was good about a Republican. So we always rushed to the assistance of the Democrats as a people. From what I see, our parents, everybody was in a panic and roar and had to get out and help campaign to make sure Democrats stay in office. This is what I observed. We were never given an option that whether to be a Democrat or a Republican. We were just from birth, from even knowing about a voting system, we were already just told that we were Democrats. So we all brown people, majority of them are Democrats here in the North, because I'm born in the North. Now, growing up into a grown woman, I was heavily in politics. Heavy. I got governors elected. I was the scariest campaign manager walking around in Connecticut. I'm serious. You serious. You can't make this shit up. And I was very hurt that the governor that got in office, he did 2 terms. He was tired. And I wanted him to run the 3rd term. If he ran a 3rd term, he would have won. But so many governors and senators here knew of me. They knew I could, if I said you wasn't going to be in office that next year, you was not going to be, because I was going to make sure you wasn't, because I knew how to communicate with people and get them to understand stuff. And that's how I did it. I made like 1,000,000 calls in the Obama administration. I'm not even gonna lie, I was bad. I was a bad campaign chick. And I worked hard, even in my state. So when I decided to run for governor in my state, which I did, I attempted to run for governor. Let me see. Let me look it up. I think I have it. Yep, here it is. I'm not even gonna lie. Right here. After the governor, this is my favorite governor of all times in Connecticut. And after he decided not to run, because I saw all the ugly, that's where I learned all the ugly and the Democratic Party, and that how we were not moving because of the Democrats. Everything I was taught about Republicans that was bad, it was never anything good. I found it to be in the Democratic Party. After that, I got out. I'm done. I'm never going to be a Democrat again, ever. There's no way anybody could ever, you know, push me to be a Democrat. There I go, right there. I damn sure did. Back in 2018. And the only reason why I pulled out is because my husband died. But there it is right there. You can't make this shit up. It's on Connecticut News Junkie. Yep. I was going to run. I was running. I put my paperwork in and everything. And you can see right there, I was married and my husband passed. And so I backed out. So now I am a Republican. I'm a registered Republican. I registered as a Republican. And I worked along to get Trump in office when he first got in. And I pushed for him to get in the second time. But you saw the whole story. I'm not even going to talk about it. But I still want him to win. I hope he gets in office. I really do. But this is what I learned here in Connecticut. The life. I grew up in the hood. I grew up in the bricks. I did. I grew up as a kid. We were poor. My mom was on food stamps. I'm talking the little colorful ones that you pull out the book. Food stamps. I grew up on it, and I was not ashamed to go to the store and get some honey buns and cheese doodles with them damn food stamps. I didn't have a problem cutting them out when I was little. And I would proudly go to that store with those food stamps because I was a kid. I didn't know. I mean, I lived in the hood where there were incinerators. I don't know if you ladies ever heard of an incinerator where you throw your garbage down the chute. And then there's a black dude at the bottom burning the coil, burning it up. That's
Wow.
yeah. I lived in the hood.
I live
So
next to BASF.
where?
I live next to a plant called BASF, a subdivision of Monsanto's.
Oh, good. Why didn't you burn that down? No, never mind. Disclaimer, no. Disclaimer. Monsanto's. Ooh. Ooh. But I grew up and as an adult now, I look at things and I say, damn. I see a huge difference between our northern brothers and sisters and our southern brothers and sisters. Now, I always, and to this day, I stand on southern morals because it's what I was raised on. But there's such a line between us, and I couldn't figure out what the hell it was until it dawned on me. And I said, that's it. I said, okay, my grandma and them raised me like I lived in the South, but I grew up, I'm a grown woman. Why? What is it with North and South? What the fuck? And I'm like, I know what it is. I said, I'm a fucking Yankee Union girl culturally. That's what it is. I'm a Yankee nutmeg colonial state culturally Union woman because it's the culture I grew up in. Whereas in the South, it's way different. The Southern states are the Confederate states, and a lot of our brothers and sisters in the South maintain the Confederate attitude because that's them, Confederates. And I'm Union. So I was culturally raised in a Democratic Union colonial state. What y'all think? That's it. Because the North and the South never got along. And I'm like, wait a minute, but I love my Southern brothers and sisters. What is going on? Our mindsets and thoughts are different. What do you think about that, Yahshinni and Salima?
Okay. Do you have an accent? It don't sound like you have a Southern accent.
No, I don't. Look, because I was brought up in the North, but I was raised with what you call Southern morals. My grandmother raised me as though I lived in the South. Like we did things in the South, and
Okay.
we did things that the South did. We ate at this table as a family. We had to say our grace. We my parents were very strict.
Okay, let me ask you. The reason why I asked you about your accent is because when you go around Southerners, if your accent isn't Southern, they can tell that you're from the North, whether it's
They know
Midwest.
you're a Yankee.
I think that's when the attitude kicks in right there. I think they have a grudge against us for being Northerners, which they stigmatize that to educated niggas, and they stigmatize that to um, we think that we're better than them for some reason.
I heard
So off
that
the back,
too.
they hate us. Off the back, they don't like us, even if they're nice and polite. In the back of their mind is bitch thinks she's better than us because she's more educated. That's how I felt during my visits down through the South in my life. I felt like I was automatically not liked and wasn't going to be liked. And the friend that I was staying with, she had been down there in Camden, Arkansas for a while. And she told me straight up, like, you're never going to be accepted here. Women from the North is never going to be expected, never going to be accepted here because of that stigma that they got going on, where they think that we're automatically more educated than them. But that's not true because we, you know, I thought you was a Southerner, Sister Bethy,
Because
until finding out until finding out that you're from Connecticut. I'm like, Connecticut, damn. But
a lot of people say that to me in Connecticut. They think I'm a Southern. Now, what
yeah,
you're explaining, some of the stuff I heard, but I never got that treatment from Southerners. I looked forward to going down south for vacation because the
right.
hospitality and the mannerism. And I love Southerners. And
That's why, in
I
deep in the back of their minds, they
yes,
automatically don't like you, even though they're pleasant. And because they have Southern hospitality, it would be hard for you to pick up on that vibe because they're gonna offer you a drink and they're gonna do things, but in the back of their mind, they're gonna talk about you.
really.
Yeah, they're gonna talk about you.
I still don't get that feeling. I vibe so hard with Southerners. Listen, even my men. Now I didn't have that many. I had my husband and my daughter's father.
Uh,
Okay, they're both from the South. I automatically attract to Southern men. Now, I love my Northern brothers, don't get me wrong.
Right.
And my old man, he's from the South, but he was raised in Connecticut like me. My husband died. He's from Virginia in the woods, Chase City.
Mhm.
And my daughter's father is from Norfolk, Virginia. All of them are from there. um,
Mhm.
and I never felt what you felt dealing with our Southern brothers and sisters. But what I do know, and that I do recall hearing as a young girl in high school and college, that I talk like a white girl or a buckwat or whatever that is, or I act like a white girl, or I think I'm a white girl. I literally heard that from sisters and
Mhm.
brothers from the South.
You
But
don't sound white to me.
here in Connecticut, they do tell me, oh, look at a white girl, because they say I sound white. No, I'm speaking like white people until I get off of work. As soon as I get off of work, I'm beat your ass. That's what I tell them. But
Okay.
the experience, that's
But
like
they're still
interesting.
gonna
What's up,
notice.
Salima?
They're still gonna notice that you're educated, whether you sound white or
Yeah,
not.
they do. They in the South, I don't hear that um the part that you're feeling from Southern women. I don't get that. I vibe with Southerners like I don't know what. It's just like
The
this is
reason,
it's like where I'm supposed to be. But what I do get is um I sound like I'm from New York. They like, are you from New York? Because I'm so close. We're so close to New York. We're like
mhm,
literally 20 minutes away from New York. We're
that
like right. We're in the middle of New York and Mass. Literally smack in the middle. And I've
mm,
been here all my life. And a lot of our characteristics and culture stem from New York. So sometimes we sound a little hard like people from New York. But
right
literally, I'm from Connecticut. And then we're mixed with Boston too. So we got both. We're like right there. So
there. Wow.
interesting, very interesting.
It is.
So
But
you really got that. I can't believe that from Southern women and men.
the reason why I really stand on it is because my sister moved down there, and she's been in Nashville, Tennessee for like over 20 years now. And
Tennessee.
she said the same thing. She said
Really?
they're never going to accept us because we're from the North. Never. And,
Wow.
and she takes on fights like at her job. Nobody likes her. Only her boss, because she gets shit done. But she don't have any friends there. She had one friend, but she passed. But it's hard for her to make friends.
Where did she grow up at? Your sister?
She grew up in Cassopolis, Michigan, with me. I'm from Michigan. I was raised in Michigan.
So they
And
well, wait a minute, Michigan. I mean, isn't that in the middle? Like, I mean,
I'm on the Michigan Indiana state line. So just before I cross into Indiana, there's Cassopolis, Michigan. Small country ass town. Maybe I don't know what the population is because it's all country and farmland practically. But Salima is from Detroit, Michigan.
Yeah, I'm in Detroit.
Yeah.
so what are your thoughts of the division? Because all my life, yeah,
I really don't
Southern
have
men,
any comments.
Southern men like city girls. That's the problem right there. Because we're opposites. So opposites attract. And a lot of Southern men, they want a wild ass
That's what it
Indian chick.
is. That's what it is. They think we
Yeah.
for their men.
Oh no. And I'm not
Uh,
even that
they
type. I'm not even
think
that
we
type
coming
of
for their
woman.
men.
No, it ain't the fact that you the type, Bethy. It's the fact that you are a foreign entity in their realm now, and the men
Oh,
find
I'm from the
you
South. That's my blood. They don't want
right,
me.
but that don't matter. When you dealing with the same sex and opposite sex, sometimes you have to deal within those intricacies of there's It's like when you move into a new neighborhood. You the new thing, you the new hot smoking thing
Yeah,
on the block.
yeah.
Period. No matter where you go. If somebody moving, if a new chick moving your neighborhood, you gon' if she fly enough, you gonna have a few of the sisters that's already there have a problem, especially if they've been trying to secure their man and they ain't quite
Oh
secure it
my
yet.
goodness. Oh
Think about it.
no.
Think about it, Sister Bethy. Think about it.
That can't be put. That's what y'all experience. Look, I got a whole 270 something pound nigga.
No, I'm talking about the new theory now is that they think we're gonna steal their man.
Really?
Yeah,
But you can't steal nothing. We all know that.
right. But they're gonna be attract. They think their man's gonna like it. It's gonna come down to the same thing. They think you're smarter than them. They see the grass is greener on the other side, and they shouldn't feel like that because we
Mm.
be longing and wanting to be in the South with them. You know?
Yes, I love the
Yeah,
South. I don't want nobody man.
me
I got
too.
my own. You know what? I haven't got that feeling though. From what you're
Mm.
telling me now, this is something new. I never had that vibe with Southern women. I never felt like they felt I wanted their man. I never got that vibe from a Southern woman.
And they didn't
Never.
feel that you was smarter or more educated than them either.
I heard that in college and high
Oh,
school
okay.
from Southern women, but I always admire their accents, which is something I lost. Now, my grandmother had her Southern accent. She
Hmm.
did. And the funny thing is, my grandmother was born in 1931 in Connecticut. She was raised here, died here.
Mm.
And she had a Southern accent because my great grandmother raised her here.
Hmm.
So she had a Southern accent. You would have think my grandmother walked right from out of South because that's how strong her Southern values were, morals, literally. That's
Salima,
crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you back in a minute, but men, men down south will marry their woman. They will. Because when I was in the South, everybody was married. And I'm thinking, I'm asking my cousin, like, how y'all be getting these niggas to marry y'all? It's just like everybody down there gets married. You or been married, and I ain't never been married. I'm like 58 now. Like, damn it. And so I'm trying to find out is it bred in them for the men to go get a wife or whatever. But I'm
That's
like,
Southern morals.
it's like
That's
I
Sou-
want a
that's
husband.
Southern morals. That's Southern morals. That's straight up Southern morals.
Okay.
Man, husband, child, man, the head of the house,
Mm,
children, wife cook, better cook his meal.
mm.
That's that was how my grandmother's household ran. Grandpa, granny, kids. Granny cooked, stayed home, did not work. Grandpa worked.
So they're
Southern.
not forcing these men to marry them.
No, not my grandmother. No, I think my grandmother probably whipped it on him. But anyway,
Well, I'm just saying, like, how come they can be? If you down south, you can be married. You got married. You're gonna be married or whatever. But I don't. Up north, it's a lot of single women who's never gonna be married.
and the North is straight up wow. But places like Chicago, that's a city, and they have a heavy accent. I think Southern accent, probably because a lot of them came out of the South and into
Yeah.
those inner cities. See,
Yeah.
we had Southern accents from what I know when we left South Carolina and came here. My grandmother and her sister and brother and all her aunts, they all had heavy South Carolina accents.
Mm.
But as the years went on, we lost our accents. And so most people say I sound like I'm from New York.
Right.
But I never got the vibe of a Southern woman thinking that we would want their man because them sisters, all for what I know, because I wasn't able to go to South as a little kid, because we was in the North. I've always known them to cook. Maybe I'm naive, but they cook their butts off. And
Mhm.
see, a lot of people in the South, I do know they think that women in the North can't cook. Seriously. And I hear that a lot, even with West Indians. They came in, a lot of them are in Florida, so they are in the South, and they think a lot of Northern women can't cook. Now, you would think so too, because so many Northern women got with West Indian dudes, and all they cook is West Indian food. I'm like, with that damn, what about the grits and the slab bacon and and the cornbread? That shit switched in the 80s to
That- that-
rice and beans. Huh? Go ahead, Salima. You be
Let me
quiet.
cut in on a minute for that. Well, you got to realize that, like you said, it's North and South. We came under from two different cultures. Whereas Northerners were not specifically geared toward agriculture, we were geared towards beautiful lawns. Whereas the South has continuously had farms and gardens and things like that in their front yards, on a lot across the street. So Northern women were geared and commercialized towards. If you're a good mom, you treat your child to McDonald's. A good mom is going to take a break and fix something out the box. Give yourself a break. So we were steered from home cooking.
Mm.
So now you got, and I see it too because I'm up here and I do home cooking. My kids come home when they want to eat for real. When they out in the streets, I know they getting garbage. Why? Because most women can't take nothing out a bag of flour and cook from scratch, make home cornbread. I mean, they can't do it unless it's jiffy. You see what I'm saying? So we have been geared from being authentic cooks in the kitchen, whereas the Southern woman, like you said, that moral foundation has continued to be instilled from them. That if you want to keep your man fed, you ain't gonna pull out no box of Tostinos or Hot Pockets. You gonna pull out something from scratch, pull that chicken out the freezer, get the seasoning inside and out, get your cabbage and carrots and potatoes in that roasted pan, put it in the oven, make that cornbread from scratch. See,
Yeah.
we were geared from doing that, make a fresh salad to go with that. You see what
Yep.
I'm saying?
Yep.
So we were geared from that. So I know when my kids want to eat, they come home and eat. Because I got a freaking lamb that's been sitting in the refrigerator for 3 days, seasoned in curry and cumin. And in a minute, I'm about to throw that whole bad boy on that open fire pit, and everybody gonna eat good off that whole damn side of lamb because we cooks. So the younger generations have been geared from that. We've been commercialized
Right.
that take a break. And you know what? And it was easy for them to do that because we were tired. Not only were we in charge of working, now we have to get them from school. We have to help with homework. So now we've been working all day and we still have to come home and work. So at some point that commercialism got to us because we were tired. I don't
Mm.
want to cook tonight. I still got to help them with homework. I still got to do laundry. I still got to get them baths. I still got to iron their uniforms for school. That's a lot of motherfucking work after a while. So and it was at some point they geared us towards that convenience.
Mm.
So
Wow.
once we could get the woman and the younger generations back to that home cooked food, because as much as we complain about the food is GMO, I would still rather cook my meat at home than go eat some meat out at McDonald's
Oh
or
yeah.
somewhere I don't know what
I
that
can't
stuff
even
even
eat that
is.
food. I can't even eat
Right,
it. And I know if I'm real hungry, I'll go to Popeyes and grab a chicken because I'm too tired. But that's about it. I cook nearly every damn day. And damn, I'm so glad I raised my daughter on Southern style food because that's all I know is Southern style food to cook.
right,
I was always in the kitchen with my granny. It was a demand. I had to be in there. And
right.
we had to help her, you know, cut up the collard greens, pull them off the stem and stuff. We did things like that. And I raised my daughter. She always had meals. Southern style meals. And it's interesting because she went to a couple of friends' house for Thanksgiving, and she was like really upset. She said, "Ma," she went outside. "I'm not being rude, but could you come and pick me up? I'm not eating this damn food. They got mashed." She's like, "They got mashed potatoes, and who does that on Thanksgiving? There's no that macaroni and cheese. It's like Kraft macaroni." I'm like, "Oh." She said they ain't got no stuffings or nothing. That's I was like, "Oh my god, this kid is rude." So I went and I got her, and it's like she did this up until now. If she tastes one taste of your macaroni and cheese, and it better taste like down south because they ain't put no milk in it, no eggs in it. It's nasty. I'm like, "Oh, baby."
No seasoning.
No seasoning. She
So
said, and the stuffings. Oh, she said, you should have seen it. It was nasty. I
so
said,
I
Ruthie,
don't
don't be rude. Just politely say no, thank you. And so, yeah,
I
I'm like,
I don't
wow.
I don't cook.
Why?
I don't know how.
Are you serious?
I yeah, I was always doing other things. But my dad raised me and my three sisters, and he did used to make me cook the rice, bake the cake, make the banana pudding, and stuff like that, like specialty meals. But
Yeah, you,
he didn't make my other two sisters do shit. So when we got older, they actually cook very well now and cook every day, real full meals. And I just stopped cooking because he always made
That's
me
probably
do
why he
everything. So
made
I
you
just
cook
stopped doing
because
it.
he probably made you cook because he know you didn't want to. And that's parents know when their children don't want to do nothing. And my father,
He
my
made me
father,
he made me cook because he made me do everything. It's like those other two siblings didn't even exist. He
were
didn't
they
make us do
older
shit.
or younger?
One was older and one was younger. I'm the
Oh,
middle
you was the
child.
middle child.
Yeah. And so
Mm.
I resented that, and then I didn't pick it up as an adult. And and that's funny because all the men that I get, they're like natural born cooks. They won't even let me come in the kitchen except to get a beer.
Well,
But
that's a
they
good
don't.
thing, girl. Shit.
They do all the cooking. And my ex, who I just left, is like a fucking chef. That's what he
Damn, well, you
wanted
didn't
to
need to
do.
cook. That's what it was. You can say that.
Right.
You didn't need to
Well,
cook.
before him, my other men wanted me to cook, but yeah, I don't know how. And
So
I'm not doing it. And plus, I always
my
had to do the like fix thing because as a repair technician, I'm always working on somebody's something, and I'm always doing something techie, burning them CDs, whatever they want and whatever they request. And so I'm like, I'm not gonna do everything and cook. So that became my attitude. It's like
I know that's right.
I just never had to cook. Even now, where
Wow.
I'm at now, I'm staying with my sister, and she cooks every fucking day, four course meals. And I'm asking her the other day, like, does this food taste different? And we had a whole conversation about it. It does. There's a taste in the food now that it's like, yeah, I've never
It,
tasted that before.
yeah, the food do taste different. I think they're doing something wrong to it. So I'm more conscientious of what I buy because I really, literally, I only eat chicken and fish and turkey.
For real.
Um, yeah, chicken, fish, and turkey is down to that.
Oh,
Like once in a while, sometimes I
how did
want a
fish get
barbecue.
added to
I
that
want
list?
a barbecue because I love fish. I always love fish.
Okay,
Oh,
so you do eat fish.
my grandmother always cooked fish, but the only fish my grandmother cooked was whitings. She would deep fry them southern with real cornmeal. So fish is my thing. Um,
Yeah, I love fish
sometimes,
and
sometimes
salmon.
I ain't even gonna lie. Them damn barbecue ribs. Oh, they go down on the bone. Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie. I'm not a vegan. I'm not.
Right.
Um, I I don't know, but back to the southern thing. My dad, He's a straight up Florida boy. My dad can cook. Florida mothers make sure their sons could cook. That's one thing about South.
Mm-hmm.
They make sure their sons and daughters cook. From when I was little, a
Right.
lot of Southern sisters tell me, "Oh, that shit changed. These chicks don't cook." I find that hard to believe. But my dad taught me how to make banana pudding,
Okay.
Florida
Not
style.
too.
Florida style. And my father, because his mother made, she was famous for her banana pudding. SMA.
Are they
And
making their own sauce?
what the banana pudding?
The banana pudding sauce. Are they making their own, or are they getting that pudding stuff?
No, she makes hers from scratch. I cheat
Okay.
now.
Yes.
I used to. I used to make the top with the sugar, beat the egg, and I don't do all that no more. I get my cookies and banana pudding.
So are
Um,
you using Mildot?
no, I don't make it from scratch anymore. I
Okay.
use literally a box of vanilla instant jello.
Oh, that'll never stand up
I
to.
know I cheat. That's why I said I cheat. I do cheat now. I cheat because cooking for 12 boys, come on, that's a lot.
Damn.
Yeah. So yeah. So I cheat, but they love that shit. And my niece will call me. My niece will drive from Delaware, where she lived, and say, "Auntie, could you make me some banana pudding?" That child, she's 39. She would drive from Delaware to Connecticut
Damn.
just to eat some damn banana pudding. That's when I found out she was pregnant. But she will drive to eat. She will
So
always be like, "Oh boy, what I would do to get a plate of your food, Auntie."
damn. Hey, I got a question about our original topic. Do all Southern men cheat?
Listen, it don't whether you a northern man, southern man, or a western man. Them niggas gonna cheat. They gonna cheat.
Do
I don't
Southern
know.
men tend to
I
cheat
haven't.
more?
I haven't met any. I don't know. I
Because
haven't
they
met.
have to get married. They have to get married early. Northern men don't have to get married. The Southern men who do get married early, they are they cheating?
I don't know.
Because I don't think the people I know, some of those men, they don't really like their wife. They when my cousin was down there living with in Camden, Arkansas with his woman, he cheated all the damn time. Like it wasn't even and I know that's just him, his him being different men,
I didn't hear that.
but it seems
I
like they cheat all the damn time.
look. Let me tell you something. Our men, and no matter whether they're in the north or the south or the Midwest,
Okay.
our men are our men. They all cheat.
Okay.
That's the way I believe it. I'm not even gonna lie. It don't matter.
Well, I thought, maybe by making them by them getting married so early in life, because they'll be 18 and married already, or 20 and married
Yeah,
already.
it's very
I think that's pretty young to be married, and especially if it's a shotgun wedding,
well they
which they only do in the South.
that was one of our customs. We got married
Yes, or you going
and
under the gun.
we
So
got
if
married in the South very young. Um Especially if you're ready to do what, and being in a southern church,
right.
the southern churches are far more stricter than the
Oh
northern churches.
yeah,
That's a
big
fact. That's
factor.
something I did learn. They're very, very King James. I find those that
So
are in church. That's another thing. They're very King James. And
so when the girl find out she's pregnant, her papa's right there with that shotgun, and he got to marry his daughter.
that's a
See,
southern
okay,
thing.
that's under the gun.
I
And
know that to be true in Georgia.
okay, well, that's probably. So I'm looking at it like they probably cheat more because they're forced to get married so young. They might not even love the girl, but they're still married.
but the lifestyle in the South is so different than the North. It's like you're going to a different country. When you leave the North and go to the South,
Hmm.
I find it to be a different country. It's like
Yeah.
going in another, to me, because I didn't grow up in the South. So when I do go to the South, I'm overexcited because it's there where I see all the farms like crazy. They got mad farms down south. And to
Hmm.
see all that land empty with
Yeah.
vegetables growing, it just like
Yeah.
I'm like it's an excitement to me. So I love the South. I don't care about nobody's there, man. I'm more excited about the adventure, just going there. And I swear, when I retire, I'm
Yeah.
gone. I'm going south.
Yes.
I'm getting the hell out of here. Everybody's gone except me. My brother's in South Carolina. He's in Columbia. They're gone. Everybody's gone
Yeah.
except me. I'm only stuck here for this job. Soon as I'm out, I'm out. I'm going to South Carolina. I'm out of this
For
bitch.
real.
Yes.
People love those Carolinas.
I how could you not? It's so beautiful.
I haven't
Um,
went yet, but I'm going this year. North Carolina, that is.
or maybe you should come to the powwow. It's beautiful all through
Oh
North
yeah.
Carolina,
Yeah.
all the way to South Carolina. When Willie drives, because he does driving. I hate he don't even let me drive. Um, he drives from here. He's excited about that because he likes to drive. He's a driver. And I just get to see. I just be so scared you're gonna fall asleep. I'm like, well, babe, why don't you let me drive for 2 hours? He's like, no, 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 I got it.
Right.
But the vision, I get to view everything. As soon as we hit south, I know it. I'm like a kid in the car with I'm like, are we down south yet? Are we down
Mhm.
south yet? He's like, no, we're not. We're in DC. I'm like, dang.
So
So
do you feel like we're on one accord, the Northerners and the Southerners?
no, I think it's a huge divide, and it troubles me and it bothers me. I think we just have to learn each other because we've been so divided. Because prior to coming here, I mean, my bloodline wasn't always a Yankee,
Right.
and I know when my
So
great grandma and them, huh?
it's part of that divide, um, religion.
No, because Southerners do connect with um,
Aren't
northern.
all southern states considered like, um, in the Bible Belt, sort of? Aren't they part of the Bible Belt? And then as you go up north, like we're not part of the Bible Belt. Well, Indiana's.
Oh yes, they are, honey. It started here in the north.
You think the Bible Belt started in the north?
The Bible,
Belt.
King James.
No,
The
belt.
women, you're using a word that I'm not
Okay, so
familiar with.
there's like an imaginary line that cuts right through the horizontal of the Americas, and the part that's on the lower, um, part is considered the Bible Belt, or underneath the Bible Belt, or in the Bible Belt. What's up north, um, horizontally is not. We're not really, well. We're God fearing, law abiding, but not so much as the Southerners. The Southerners take that shit really, really serious, and we don't.
Well, in our hoods, our people probably don't. But that Bible came here in mass. And that's how we got all them damn praying Indians up there. And that's why Andrew Jackson was able to gather them
Hmm.
niggas, Indians. They called them praying Indians up in mass in um 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 Rhode Island.
Hmm.
Um they brought the praying Andrew Jackson's march to the south with the damn praying Indians. So the Bible is heavy here in the north.
Mm.
Very, very. Yes.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I think our people from the south that came here in the north, because they was praying southerners,
Hmm.
they eventually pulled away from it when other religions started coming in our communities, because early on, like in the, I want to say the 1900s, then the Muslims and other types of Christian religions
Mm-hmm.
started coming to our community. The Church of Latter-day Saints, I guess that's the Mormons,
Mm-hmm.
the Muslims, um, the Hebrews didn't really start in our community until the early 80s. But
Right.
for the most part, it was the Muslims and the Christians.
Mm.
And here. So yeah, that's why I'm kind of shocked you said, are they into the Bible? Oh God, it was horrible here. The praying Indians. And if you
Yeah,
was
I never heard of
anything,
them before. The
the
praying
praying
Indians.
in, because we were spiritualities. And when the pilgrims came here, the Puritans,
Mm-hmm.
when they came here, they really convinced our Indian brothers and sisters, okay, the Iroquois, all of them, Narragansett, the Pequots, and the let me see, the Pequots and the Mohawks and all of them, all the way up
Mm.
to Canada.
Yeah.
They call them the praying Indians, and that's when. Now I know for a fact Andrew Jackson's ass had to be a black European, because those Negro Indians, there was a lot of mulatto ones here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of mulatto Indians here in the North. A lot. So the Puritans, they had a lot of babies with Negro women, and Negro
Mm-hmm.
men had a lot of baby with the Puritans. So that's where you see so many mulatto Indians here in Connecticut.
And is that how they got the land?
You know it, and you know, come on,
Yeah,
Andrew
because you had the.
Jackson.
I'm sorry,
But
guys.
we had, oh, I'm sorry, but we had in the 1700s and stuff, and we had black governors in Connecticut. What went on here in the North did not really go well in the South.
Mm.
But here in the North, they had black governors. That's how I know Andrew Jackson's ass had to be a nigga because of what he did. How you gonna have all these praying Indians with you to march down south and start the goddamn war in 1812?
Wow.
He brought all the Indians. That's how they got all that land in the South. Because he went, it was
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like, ain't no, that was a straight up nigga move that he did. Straight
Is he
up.
the one? Is he the one who had like a whole bunch of kids and like his whole new family got revealed on like Oprah and shit? Like he got a whole nother family that's all black.
I
Is he
think
the
that,
one?
oh, maybe you're talking about Jerry Springer, or in them olden days.
Right. There was a president, I believe it was Jackson, who showed
I
up
think
with
it was Hanson.
Hanson
No,
is black.
black. No. Oh God, wait a minute. You know what? I actually have it up. Hang on. I think that was.
It's where they white families and they black family met. And
Yep,
they were
a whole
surprised
bunch
that,
of black kids.
yeah,
I think you're talking about Thomas Jefferson.
it was Jefferson.
I
Hmm.
believe it was Thomas Jefferson.
Okay.
Or I have reason to believe that these dudes definitely were black. Now, matter of fact, Salima, you got something to say, honey, before I do this share screen? Because I want to read this. It's interesting you
Oh,
brought
yeah.
that up, because I'm going to read about those first black presidents who I suspect to be black.
Okay.
Well, that was the thing. The Moors knew they had to make with the indigenous woman to claim land. So that's what they were doing. That's why they would still have their European wives, but they were coming over, mating with these indigenous women so that they can have
Because
entitlement to the heir
those
to
were
the realm.
black wives too. They had black wives from England.
Yeah, but she not no heir to the realm over here.
Oh no, no, no,
Not
no,
in
no, no,
the
no.
air to the
No,
ground.
no, no.
So
No,
what
no,
I'm
no, no, no.
saying is that those men, even though they came over here with their own wives,
Mm-hmm.
in order to institutionalize us, they still slept with us and made babies here. And
Yep.
that's why you had these whole separate families, this European family and then this so-called native bloodline family
Yep.
or blood American family that they were making. So these men often had two sets of families.
Yep.
One
Yep.
family was a foreigner intruder, just like his ass, and the other family was the family he laid waste to, so that they could have gain foot in this on these lands.
Yep. Facts.
Mm.
That's a fact because I read that. So and
Mm-hmm.
I know you're right. And I know you're accurate when you say that. That is correct. But y'all, sisters, let's read because we're gonna get into this northern and southern shit is really driving me nuts because I love southerners and I don't know what the damn problem is. But a lot of southern men don't like northern Negroes. I don't understand it. I got to find out what it is. I don't know what it is. But let's get into this little document anyway. So I was trying to say, like, okay, John Hanson, a Moor. They're saying he's a Moor. Actually, the first president of the United States. He served from 1781 to 1782, and he was black. The new country was actually formed on March 1st, 1781, with the adoption of the Articles of Confederation. This document was actually proposed on June 11th, 1776, but was not agreed upon by Congress until November 15th, 1777. Now, I don't know all this to be true, but this is shit that I'm finding it because I'm still looking into stuff. And then it says, I'm trying to find you guys. Hang on, give me a minute. Okay, here you go. So, and then it goes into Maryland refused to sign this document until Virginia and New York ceded their western lands. Maryland was afraid that these states would gain too much power in the new government from such large amounts of land. So, what I'm finding interesting when these bastards try to hide this man's identity, they got a picture of him looking like that on the left. Then they got a picture of him looking like a mulatto on the right. And then they got a statue of him that looks like a white guy. And you can tell that his wife was a Negro woman. That's a statue. So, was he a mulatto or was he a straight up Negro? I don't know. This is not enough evidence for me, and it's not primary source, but it's an article that people been writing. But let's just go into it a little bit more. So they're saying he was the first president, and he was a Moor from 1781 to 1782. Now you got John Hanson, who was an American revolutionary leader who served as a delegate to Second Continental Congress and in 1781 was elected the first president of the United States. For this reason, some biographers argue that John Hanson, rather than George Washington, was actually the first president of the United States. Now, here they're saying known facts that he was elected president of the United States in Congress, assembled in 1781. He was born April 14th, 1721, in Charles County, Maryland, and his parents was Sam and Elizabeth Story Hanson, and he died November 15th, 1783, in Prince George County, Maryland. And then his spouse's name was Jane County. They had 8 kids, known Jane, Peter, and Alexander. And the fun fact established the observation of Thanksgiving Day in 1782. Now they're saying,
I have a question before you go further.
oh, please go right ahead.
Okay, I noticed when you was reading at the top when you first started reading, you said he was first president to the United States. But
right.
I know that's jargon that's heavily coded to mean either they're saying United States on purpose and leaving of America off of there, or they know that at that point that America is already a corporation, and so the United States and the United States of America are two different things. One's a corporation and one's not.
Facts.
Okay, so by them leaving off of America, well then that would be this same United States that we have now, the corporation that's running things. So people like to say, well, John Hanson don't count because that was the United States or blah blah blah. But no, it counts. If the corporation was there back then and they purposely leaving up America off of there, then um, John Hanson should have just as much credence as George Washington.
Ah, I'm just finding this. I'm, I let me see. I read something really interesting. I'm gonna keep going. His
Mhm.
early life, he was born on his wealthy family's Mulberry Grove plantation in Port Tobacco Parish in Charles County, Maryland. All right, we read that. Well-known members of Maryland's social and political elite, Samuel Hanson was a successful planter, landowner, and politician who served 2 terms in the Maryland General Assembly. Now check this out. While few details of Hanson's early life are known, historians presume he was educated at home by private tutors,
Mm,
as were most children of wealthy colonial American families. Hanson then joined his father as a planter, enslaver, and public official.
Sister Bethy, can I step in for a second? I want you.
Yeah,
I want our people to understand what you just said. Those people are schooled at home. They don't get the same nigga education y'all get. They never will. That's why integration, diversity, and all this other bullshit is fake. These people are educated to always be over you. They will always be your warden, your supervisor, your boss, your plantation leader. They always educated different from us. Okay, Sister Beth, that's all I had to say.
okay. Let me read this through and then we could dialogue on it.
so
Early political career. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Did you have something to say
no,
before I
no, that's
go?
good.
You sure? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
After serving as sheriff of Charles County for 5 years, Hanson was elected to the lower house of Maryland General Assembly in 1757. An active and persuasive member, uh, he was a major opponent of the Stamp Act in 1765 and chaired a special committee that coordinated Maryland's participation in the Stamp Act Congress. In protest of the British enacted intolerable acts, Hanson co signed a resolution calling for a boycott of all British imports to the colonies until the acts were replaced. In 1769, Hanson resigned from the Maryland General Assembly to pursue business interests. After selling his Charles County land and plantation, he moved to Frederick County in Western Maryland, where he held a variety of appointed and elected offices, including surveyor, sheriff, and treasurer. Now, this is okay. Check this out. We gonna finish. We gonna dialogue on this because this is something else. I don't know this to be true. This is just shit that I was copying and pasting.
Mhm.
So Hanson goes to Congress. As relations with Great Britain went bad to worse, and the colonies traveled down the road to American Revolution in 1774, Hanson became recognized as one of Maryland's foremost patriots. He personally orchestrated the passage of a resolution denouncing the Boston Poor Act, which punished the people of Boston for the Boston Tea Party. As a delegate for the first Annapolis Convention in 1775, Hanson signed the Declaration of the Association of the Freemen of Maryland, which, while expressing a desire to reconcile with Great Britain, what? Called for the military resistance to British troops in place to enforce the intolerable acts. Once the revolution broke out, Hanson helped recruit and armed local soldiers. Under his leadership, Frederick County, Maryland, sent the first troops from the southern colonies north to join George Washington's newly formed Continental Army, sometimes paying the local soldiers out of his own pocket. Hanson urged the Continental Congress to declare independence. In 1777, Hanson was elected to his first of 5 one-year terms in the new Maryland House of Delegates, which named him as the state's delegate to the Second Continental Congress in late 1779. On March 1st, 1781, he signed the Articles of Confederation on the behalf of Maryland, the last state needed to ratify the articles and bring it into full effect. Let me keep going, y'all. This gets interesting. So now, first president of the UA. On November 5th, 1781, the Continental Congress elected Hanson as president. The Continental Congress elected him as president of the United States, and Congress assembled. This title is also sometimes called President of the Continental Congress. Y'all listen to this. Listen, y'all. This election was led to the contention that Hanson, rather than George Washington, was the first president of the United States. Now, under the Articles of Confederation, the U.S. central government had no executive branch, and the position of president was largely ceremonial. Indeed, most of Hanson's presidential duties consisted of dealing with official correspondence and signing documents. Finding the work so tedious, Hanson threatened to resign after just 1 week in office. That sounds like a nigga. I'm telling you.
Okay.
After his colleagues in Congress appealed, to his well-known sense of duty, Hanson agreed to continue to serve as president until the end of his 1-year term on November 4th, 1782. Now, under the Articles of Confederation, presidents were elected to 1-year terms. Hanson was neither the first person to serve as president or to be elected to the position under the Articles of Confederation. When the Articles went into full effect in March 1781, rather than elect a new president, Congress simply allowed Samuel Huntington of Connecticut to continue serving as president. On July 9th, 1781, Congress elected Samuel Johnston of North Carolina as the first president after the ratification of the Articles. When Johnston declined to serve, Congress elected Thomas McKean of Delaware. However, McKean served for less than 4 months, resigning in October 1781. This was a hell of a job. It was not until the next session of Congress convened in November 1781 that Hanson was elected as the first president to serve a full term as president. Hanson was responsible for establishing Thanksgiving Day. On October 11, 1782, he issued a proclamation setting aside the last Thursday in November as a day of solemn thanksgiving to God for all his mercies and urging all Americans to celebrate progress in negotiations with Britain ending the Revolutionary War. Now, I'm going to keep going. Just bear with me, y'all. We're going to dialogue after this. I just want to finish it. Already in poor health, Hanson retired from public service immediately after completing his one-year term as president of Congress in November 1792. He died just 1 year later at age 62 on November 15, 1783, while visiting his nephew, Thomas Hawkins Hanson's plantation in Prince George County, Maryland. Hanson is buried in Fort Washington, Maryland, in the cemetery of St. John's Episcopal Church. Once the signing took place in 1781, a president was needed to run the country. John Hanson was chosen unanimously by Congress. I don't know why it keeps jumping back and forth. Now listen to this. Once the signing took place in 1781, now we back there, a president was needed to run the country. John Hanson was chosen unanimously by Congress, which included George Washington. Now that's kind of weird. In fact, all other potential candidates refused to run against him. That ain't running against this nigga.
Damn.
As he was a major player in the revolution and an extremely influential member of Congress. Listen to this shit, y'all. This is some real nigga or our Indian shit. As president, Hanson ordered all foreign troops off American soil, as well as removal of all foreign flags. He established the Great Seal of the United States, which all presidents since have been required to use on all official documents. He declared that the fourth Thursday of every November to be Thanksgiving Day, nigga want to eat, which is still true today. Even though elected, one variable that was never thought through was that America was not going to accept a black president during the heart of enslavement period. Enter George Washington. I can stop. Well, I'll read this last paragraph, this last little paragraph, because I'm not going to go to the next one. George Washington, February 22nd, 1732 to December 14, 1799, was an American military officer, statesman, and founding father who served as the first president of the United States from 1789 to 1797. Appointed by the Continental Congress as commander of the Continental Army, Washington led Patriot forces to victory in the American Revolutionary War and served as president of the Constitutional Convention of 1787, which created and ratified the Constitution of the United States and the American federal government. Washington has been called the father of this country for his manifold leadership in the nation's founding. Now that's the shit that sounds like really weird to me. I mean, you are you served as president of the Constitutional Convention of 1787. So he was the president, which created and ratified the Constitution of the United States and the American federal government. Yo,
Mm.
Washington has been called the father of this country for. So I wanted to stop there, but they're saying that Hanson, Washington, Jefferson, Jackson, Lincoln. Who else did they say? Who else? I'm sure there's more down here. Warren Harding,
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Coolidge, and Dwight Eisenhower all are mulatto that was passing, and they black, and all this information. But I don't want to read all of it now. I'm gonna
Right.
just stop there. I just thought that shit was a straight up. I thought it was. It says a lot.
Mm-hmm. A lot. Like Piola. Piola.
So,
Passing this. Piola is the black who could pass as white, but her children are gonna come up with some lips, maybe a butt, and some breasts. But
so
you could tell from those features that you got some black in you. And if the
well,
white men were coming over and screwing us black women, then Piola's gonna have a lot of kids running around looking white, passing for white. And they rather, I mean, who's to say when they wanted somebody to go up against Hanson that, pick George Washington because he's lighter, brighter, and can pass for whiter,
yeah, and the move that Hanson made was a real. All of them did some real. Excuse my French. All of them did some real nigga shit.
Yes.
Andrew Jackson, he went and got all the praying Indians to. It took niggas to beat niggas down south. It wasn't that many of them over here, white people.
Right.
And it literally took niggas to beat niggas. That's some real shit. I mean, I see some of our men in our community, whether it's North or South, with the mindset of Hanson and Andrew Jackson. Like that whole order from Hanson. I mean, the first thing he said, get all them damn foreign flags up out of here and get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yo, when I read that, I had to read it again to make sure that I was literally reading what I was reading. I'm like, ain't no white dude gonna do that or give that order. He literally said, get all them goddamn foreign. He made all them troops leave, and he said, get all them goddamn foreign flags out of here. And I'm like, yo, I'm reading it. And I'm like, that shit took me back to 1700s. And I'm like, that's a nigga move. Why would a white guy say that? Why would a white guy say, get all them goddamn foreign flags out of here and get to stepping?
And
why would it had to be right? It had to be a Negro doing this, saying this. It had to be. That's why I said, wait a minute. We in 1700s. Wait a minute. The exact year. I'm like, hold up. Hold the fuck up. I had to keep reading it. And this shit is in transcript in the Library of Congress. And I'm like, wait, whoa. Whoa, buddy. We in 1781. Now, In Connecticut, we had black governors swoop all through here.
Mm-hmm.
He came, we had black governors all through here and mad praying Indians. By that time, they've been, and all of them were really indoctrinated into Christianity. So I'm like, the moves that they made had to be done by men that look like us.
Yes.
Because you're literally going to say, you're going to order, get all them fucking foreign flags out of here and get out. He made all the troops get out from Britain and take their foreign flags with them.
Yeah.
So now you got Andrew Jackson. I'm like, this gotta be a nigga. The move he made to go down south after our southern brothers and sisters in 1812,
Right.
he had to be a nigga. Because he came with a whole bunch of niggas from the north and went down south.
Right.
They was preparing heavily for the rest of the Indian Removal Act of the South. Because they had already did what they was going to do to the Pequots and sent them off to Britain and shit and Barbados. So now Andrew Jackson's hitting the South wanting to knock the Indians out. I'm like, I'm putting this shit together.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I'll be damn. Okay, go ahead, Salima, baby. You got it. I'm a puff and think about this shit. Take it, Salima. What's your thoughts, girl? You're muted, Salima.
I'm sorry. What I always said that most people are nothing but corporate entities running a corporation, running shy over our people, and they all need to go. All of their descendants and ancestors, they all need to go. I don't care who ran what. Anybody calling themselves a president of the United States ain't nothing but the president of the corporation that's fucking over our people. There is no country. The United States is a corporation. And it's time for them to take their symbols and go. Mainly first these churches and mosques.
Hey, y'all.
That's how you feel for real.
I keep reading this over and over and over and over again. I'm like, this shit, because I look at, they call out date. You gonna call out dates. You gonna have to back it up with me. That's why I fuck with dates. I'm like, and it gets them all the time. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. This black dude got the job. He is ready to leave after a week. I'm like, ain't nobody but a nigga gonna do that. And then you gonna turn around and you order them to get your goddamn troops out of here. Get the hell up out of here. Now, for him to say that, he had mad power over here and had mad backup. If you're gonna call that kind of shot, you had mad backup of army and shit. Because I mean, if you're ordering the British troops off your land and you telling them to take all them fucking foreign flags off your land and get to stepping, you had some badass backup. So now, a couple of years later, Andrew Jackson, you coming to Connecticut with a whole bunch of mulatto niggas and niggas that look like me and that are mulatto to get them to go down south.
And doesn't Andrew Jackson have wavy hair or really thick hair?
They gave him some
description. Some of that is some niggerdom coming down your bloodline. Because black folks, we the one got that spiral. We got that nine ether, right?
Yep.
If they're mulatto, they can get some of that spiral. But if they ain't got no black in them, then they're gonna get what looks like fur.
Yeah.
Animal fur, that is.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying about, like, there's always hunkies that can pull it off as being white just by your lips aren't that thick. You might can pull it off. But a Negro like me will come along and I'll say, hey, your butt's too big. I know what the original hunkies looked like, and they didn't have an ass. So and later on,
Well,
as you know, as we go through the 80s, as we go through the 90s, more and more white looking people have butts now, have breasts, and they if their lips aren't thick, then they'll go and they'll paint their lipstick to make them look thick. It's like there's something in these people that is resonating with them, that there's some black in them, but they know it's advantages for them to admit that, and they pretty much can't admit it to their friends, or they'll be called nigga, and that's like the worst thing they
okay,
would ever want. But what I'm
okay,
saying is
but
that they can't hide those motherfucking features.
they
Abraham
can't.
Lincoln,
They can't.
you too, brother.
How about a lot of them? I'm really starting to think a lot of these white folks that's in power. Now, I'm not talking about Italians. I'm talking about before all them came here, before the Italians and I'm starting to think a lot of them now. I look at them. I look
Mhm.
at them. I look for shit.
Mhm.
I'm starting to think a lot of them are passing.
Yes, those Piola's kids.
I'm serious. When I look, I'm like, there's something. Wait a minute. And I noticed they never keep the camera on
Yeah,
specific people for a long period of time.
yeah, because we checking them. Check out
And
the
I'm
white
like,
bitch who passed for the fucking president of the NAACP. Bitch, how?
oh,
Rachel Dozier or some shit.
she did some whole bullshit.
Her brother called in and told her that bitch is white.
I thought it was her mother and father.
Her brother called her in. I don't know. It could be same thing. They all said, "Hey, that's Rachel. She's not black." And then when they go and show you her little high school pictures of the bitch, no, she's not black, but she knew what to do. She put some French braids in her hair, thickened up her motherfucking lips,
Yep.
kept the goddamn tan, and black she was because of the mulattoes. They can pass. So if you could pass this way, then you could pass doing it that way. The bitch was, um, she was determined to be black.
I seen her. And I seen a little girl
Yeah,
picture with her parents because her parents was talking and they was just
yeah,
sad. They were very sad. I felt bad for them. But a lot of these people that a lot of people that I'm looking at that's in power are keeping the cameras off them because you stare at them too long. I'm
yes,
seeing Negro and some people, and I ain't gonna say all their names, but I I'm gonna start calling names in a minute because I
Kitty,
really think that a lot of our government has been ran by mulattoes and we just don't know it. I mean,
yes,
like their third or fourth generation grandmother.
yes, yeah, and they
Our
keep them.
government is ran by sellouts, period.
Yeah,
I'm like something. I'm thinking that this whole time
yeah, puppet
that these
masters.
mulattoes that we a lot of mulattoes is up there and they're Indians.
Yes, and mulattoes, who don't have to be mulattoes. Guess what? They're not mulattoes. They're white, but you still got a drop of blood in you, and you know you
Yeah,
do. Nobody
some of
else
that
know
shit
you do.
comes out.
Yeah,
They're saying about
hey,
they said,
I grew up with hunkies going to school in Michigan, this little white country town. It's probably like 80% white and 20% black where I'm from. And I know how they look. And there was like the Strong, Jennifer Strong had a butt. So we were always whispering, saying things. Yeah, she got some black in her. They think we didn't know. Oh, we knew what the features were back then. Because we seeing 80% of you bitches, is like Ice Cube said, like straight up, straight down. Miss Iron Board backside and shit. They didn't even have a bump back there. If they did, it was a tail and they got it cut off.
I I'm seeing here, um, Thomas Jefferson was the third president of the United States. He served from 1801 to 1809, and he was black. His mother, a half-breed Indian squaw, and his father, a mulatto,
Hmm.
half white and half black from
Yep,
Virginia.
that you
He
black.
he fathered numerous children with Sally Hemings, a mulatto slave with whom he lived with in Europe.
What?
Jefferson Jefferson was described as the son of a half-breed Indian squaw and a
Yeah.
Virginia mulatto father, as stated in Vaughn's findings. Jefferson also was said to have destroyed all documentation attached to his mother, even going to extremes to seize letters written by his mother to other people.
Hmm.
Yo,
Whoa.
if
So
this shit ain't
do we
sounding
have his
like the
mother's
image,
name?
if this shit ain't, that's all
Because
I
I
got.
know you, Sister Bethy, you
This
do that
shit,
genealogy, right?
yeah, but hold up. This
Is
shit
that
is
a name?
sound right. This shit is sounding like the movie The Imitation of Life.
Okay. Okay.
And then they got Andrew Jackson, was the seventh president of the United States. He served from 1829 to 1837, and he was black. His mother was a white woman from Ireland who had Andrew Jackson with a black man.
Boom.
His
Hmm.
father's other children, Andrew Jackson's stepbrother, were sold into slavery. Yo.
Wow.
And then they get into Abraham Lincoln
Hmm.
saying he was black. His, he said his mother was from an Ethiopian tribe
Damn.
and his father was an African American. Yo,
Did he?
it
Lincoln
was
black as
told
hell.
it was told that his father was Thomas Lincoln, a man to cover the truth, but he was sterile from childhood mumps and was later castrated, make, making it impossible for him to have been his father.
Yeah, something's been
Lincoln
tampered with.
Lincoln's nickname, Abraham Africanus the First. So it was lying about who his daddy was because the dude was castrated and they don't want, okay, rumors spread that Abraham Lincoln was black even before he was elected president and have persisted for over 150 years. But is there any truth?
Well, look at his name, Abraham.
Oh no.
Abraham.
During Lincoln's presidency, some suggested that Lincoln had, in their view, you know, this is an updated written article because they're using African Americans, an unnaturally close bond. He had an unnaturally close bond with African Americans. They printed political cartoons, passed around pamphlets, and even dubbed Lincoln Abraham Africanus the First. That's
African.
like calling somebody a nigger lover today. But there were rumors meant to hurt Lincoln's popularity in the racial charged Civil War years.
Yeah, because the truth got out. That's what hurt him. If it did, it's the truth. Come on now.
They saying, was Abraham Lincoln black? When the Illinois lawyer, he was a lawyer.
Mm,
I thought that it ran for the presidency in 1860. His foes in the South didn't exactly question his race, but they did suggest that his presidency would upset the racist status quo. That's because Lincoln and the Republican Party had adopted an anti-slavery platform to run on. However,
mhm,
the Republicans had specifically chosen Lincoln because he was a moderate. He believed in limiting the expansion of slavery, but he did not believe in abolishing it.
mm,
The Southerners, nervous about slavery's end, that didn't matter. Southern newspaper ran a number of sketching political cartoons in which they depicted Lincoln dancing with black women
mhm.
and
Okay.
and otherwise endorsing interracial relationships. One Georgia secessionist even warned that under Lincoln, in 10 years or less, our children will be the slaves of Negroes.
Yeah.
um, when Lincoln won the election, Southern states promptly began to secede. Damn, do we look like Lincoln to Southerners? That's what I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
When the North, um, oh, there was another funny part. They said, as the Civil War progressed, people began to suggest more explicitly that Lincoln was black, especially as Lincoln changed his position on slavery. In 1863, he announced the Emancipation Proclamation, which freed enslaved people in Confederate territory.
Mm,
One of his critics, Charles Chauncey Burr, said that Lincoln should be forgiven for having natural sympathy with his own race.
damn. Busted.
um, that next year, Burr and other copperheads,
Damn.
Northerners, Northerners who wanted peace with the South, duped Lincoln Abraham Africanus the first. They asked, does the Republican Party intend to change the name of the United States?
Mm-hmm.
It does. What do they intend to call it? New Africa?
New Africa.
Oh my God.
The show want us attached to Africa.
I'm like, well, I'm like the racial under. Well, by this time, I think that by this time, Africa was in place because remember they sent some over to Siberia.
Mm,
Remember, so we're in
mhm.
the 1860s now, way later. The racial
Okay.
undertones, and but as you can see, but we're going back to 1700s, 1400s. It was Negroes already here. So now we're way up in 1860s and shit. So
Okay.
by that time, the niggas that wanted to leave and go over to Siberia and help the white boy colonize that, they went. The racial undertones in both instances are clear. But is there any truth to the rumors that Abraham Lincoln was black? Or was it just racist propaganda? In fact, a minority of scholars have raised some debatable evidence that the 16th president could indeed have had African American roots. Was
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln black? Here's the evidence. Now they're saying this is the evidence. Those who believe that Abraham Lincoln was black point to two factors: his appearance and his unknown family history.
Right. Yeah. That'll do it.
They just do not want the truth that this fucking man is a Negro here and we was running shit. Yo, you know what? For start, I'm gonna just keep reading. For starters, Lincoln described himself as having a dark complexion
Mm,
and coarse black hair. His own father, Lincoln said, had a swarthy complexion, black hair,
Warren.
and brown eyes. For contemporaries, this was enough to confirm Lincoln was black.
Swarthy. That
I,
only got one meaning to swarthy.
I,
You swarthy, you got dark skin, or
yeah,
he wasn't
yeah.
probably wasn't black, but he was called swarthy.
British journalist Edward Dicey also noted Lincoln's uncombed and uncombable, lank, dark hair that stands out in every direction at once. Oh, you trying
Mm.
to say he got an afro? They don't know how to say it.
Right.
A
Right.
nappy ass afro.
A straight afro.
Wait. And a few irregular blotches of black, bristly hair in the place where beard and whiskers out to grow. Damn, why you gotta be whiskers?
Right. Yeah.
They are fucking him up.
Yeah, they
Dicey
think his
went
dad.
on. Dicey went on to describe Lincoln's nose and ears, which have been taken by mistake from a head of twice the size.
Mm.
An American writer, Nathaniel Hawthorne, offered up a similar description, noting Lincoln hair was black, still unmixed with gray, stiff, somewhat bushy, and had apparently been acquainted with neither a brush or a damn comb.
Right. Because he don't need no comb.
Maybe he was growing dreads.
Hey, he got that 9 weeks
Oh my
going.
God, they are just fucking him up. They are horrible. Hawthorne added, his complexion is dark and sallow. He has thick black eyebrows and an impeding brow. His nose is large, and the lines about his mouth are strongly defined. But beyond these superficialities, Lincoln came from a somewhat unknown background. They with the butch.
Totally
His
unknown.
okay, his law partner, good friend, and biographer William Hendon noted that there was something about his origin he never cared to dwell on.
Mm.
This motherfucker was passing up. Hendron continued to say, Mr. Lincoln usually had but little to say of himself, the lives of his parents. I thought you didn't know his background or the history of the family before their removal to Indiana. What see, okay, this is saying some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm gonna read this again. Hendron continued to say, Mr. Lincoln usually had but little to say of himself, the lives of his parents, or the history of the family before their removal to Indiana.
Boom.
Removal to Indiana. If he mentioned the subject at all, it was with great reluctance and significant reserve.
Mm-hmm.
This shit, he probably was one of them goddamn removed Indians, his family being dark, and he probably hid the fact that his mother was an Aboriginal, aka American Indian, that was removed from where they lived, and nobody knew that they was. I'm gonna keep reading because I'm just like, oh. Intriguingly, Hendron mentions that J.L. Scripps of the Chicago Tribune learned some facts about the Lincoln family while proposing a book on Lincoln's life, but Lincoln didn't want them publicized. Lincoln communicated some facts to be concerning his history. Henron quoted Scripps, which he did not wish to have published then, and which I have never spoken of or alluded to before. Henry added, what the facts referred to by Mr. Scripps, where we do not know, for he died several years ago without, so far as is known, revealing to them to anyone. Lincoln was especially uh, reticent to discuss his mother, Nancy, which led historian and author J.A. Rogers to speculate that Lincoln was the illegitimate son of a Negro by Nancy Hanks.
Yeah.
That's my grandmother's married name,
Okay.
Hanks. To some, facts like these may provide compelling evidence that Abraham Lincoln was black, but Lincoln's contemporaries largely viewed him as white, and the president indeed presented himself that way. The question of his race. Abraham Lincoln lived in a deeply racially divided time, and though he had complicated feelings about race and slavery, he set himself apart from black Americans. He had to.
Right.
Else his cover would be blown. Certainly, and this is him speaking, certainly the Negro is not our equal in color. Uh-oh. Perhaps. He didn't say African.
Right.
He said Negro. Certainly, the Negro is not our equal in color. Because his ass was passing. Perhaps not in many other respects. Lincoln wrote in 1858 before adding, still, in the right to put into his mouth the bread that his own hands have earned. He is the equal of every other man. Why in 1858 would a white guy step up and speak these words? Sometimes your heart and will not allow you to do shit you don't want to your own people.
Right.
But you will maintain that color for the sake of holding that position. In that statement, Lincoln draws a clear line between himself and black Americans. And even the president's black supporters saw Lincoln that way. In 1876, the famed black writer and abolitionist Fred Douglass noted, here's what Frederick Douglass said. Lincoln was preeminently the white man's president, entirely devoted to the welfare of white men. Now, this is a nigga talking about a nigga. You hear this? If Frederick Douglass is saying this, right?
Right.
Why would he say? Because I see our people always say, well, you know, he for the white boy, so fuck it. Like we say to not a coincidence ass. Well, Lincoln was preeminently the white man's president. We say that about Obama's ass.
Right.
He wasn't our damn president. He was the white man's president.
Right.
Was preeminently the white man's president, entirely devoted to the welfare of white men. He came into the presidential chair on one principle alone, namely opposition to the extension of slavery. So now this is where I wanted to ask Chief Holiday, because this is what I was so confused about. But Chief Holiday is so like educated in this part. Was he freeing white people or was he freeing niggas or both? This is the part that confused me about that emancipation. And this is the part where Chief Holiday is very swift in. He stands on this shit. that he was freeing white folks. I if you listening or you out there, Chief, I'm gonna open the panel because this is the part I could not explain this Chief that I was confused about. So
All
maybe he
right.
can nip this shit in the butt. His arguments in furtherance of this policy had their motive and mainspring in his patriotic devotion to the interests of his own race. If Lincoln was black, he certainly didn't show that side of him in public. Well, he stated that. But the president did have a reputation for showing an unusual warmth toward black Americans. Even Douglas remarked that Lincoln met him at the White House, just as you've seen one gentleman receive another. And Lincoln shocked convalescing white Union soldiers when he warmly greeted three black cooks at an army hospital in 1862 by shaking their hands.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah.
evidence that Lincoln
Yeah.
was black
He was paying respects to the matriarch. He knew.
or merely?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that evidence that Lincoln was black or merely that he had a more open mind than many of his countrymen? We may never know for sure.
We
But
can
if
look
Lincoln
at
was, oh,
how racist was it back then?
well,
How
I
racist?
mean, well, Chief was saying that white people were slaves and they were being freed. So I mean, I'm just like, I don't know, and it's so many questions you can ask. Well, maybe he made himself look white, pass for white, so that he could free the whites, the people that look like him. Because why is um what's his name? Frederick Douglass saying, well, he's for the white people. I
Mm,
mean, so if he's for the white people, are you freeing them and you're
mm.
passing for white? Because if the nigga was for us, he'd be doing a. It's so much you can. Man,
Yeah,
I
you can pretty
that's a
much use common sense
yeah. Because I'm like
when you're
Fred,
trying to figure out questions like this.
and the fact that how Frederick Douglass gonna walk up in the White House in 16,
Hmm.
something's not right. So I mean, I could see two brothers on YouTube. Oh, what happened to Salima? She had to go.
I can see that. Oh yeah, she wrote in the private chat.
Oh,
I didn't think she was going to be here that long, for 2 hours, but it's good that she graced us with her presence. But as far as Lincoln goes and the stories written about him, we can see that, like when we start becoming conscious or knowing that there was some fuckery going on, we needed to reverse everything that we had learned, pretty much, to even get on the conspiracy theory track. We needed to
right.
reverse everything we had been taught. We needed to understand that the history that we were taught was a lie, that slavery was a lie, everything that they've been saying. So I like to stick to that. I like to say, first and foremost, that if they're liars, then all they're going to do is lie, which leaves us the option of reversing whatever they said. And if you just use this for some things, then you don't, you still got some shit in the game. But once you say, okay, I'm going to use this standard for everything, everything they said was a lie. Everything they taught us was a lie in all subjects and everything. The games they're playing now. This is how you get conscious. You reject all of their bullshit and at least take a look at it. Like you just read all of that about Lincoln. What your common sense come out telling you is like, hey, maybe this cat was black, and then the fact that they said he was white. well, maybe this cat is black. It's like so many reasons I would want to lean towards the opposite of what they tried to make us think. So I'm gonna go with Lincoln Black. The rest of them, all the rest of the names that as you went down the list, Black. I'm saying I'm looking at features. They were describing his features. They were describing and making fun of his hair. They were saying that it goes all different ways. That's how you describe our hair. It defies gravity. Our hair don't just lay the fuck down. Our hair come out spiraling. Does his hair come out his head with some kind of spiral?
They said he's over there described how his head was just
Yeah,
stuck all over the place.
yeah.
I was
That's
like, what?
because
They didn't know how to
that's
say he
because
had an
it's
afro.
pointed towards the sun and the trees and all other information spots that we got going on with our 9 ether antenna informational hair, right?
I,
So of course a Negro in his position, you're not gonna just hang with niggas and say you're a nigga and you're trying to get this, this presidency under your belt. You're gonna have to, diss some niggas even, or be
because
called the
I,
Uncle Tom or and names and shit even.
I'm, I'm the reason why is okay. I'm looking at look. I'm looking at like real shit. This is 1860. Uh, just a little bit before 1865. Okay.
Mhm,
How is Frederick Douglass just gonna walk up in the White House, right? And then
mhm.
he gonna turn around and say, "Oh yeah, he for the white boy. He the white man's president. He's coming to save their ass." Why are they even having them kind of communications?
Right.
And he's making those statements. Isn't he supposed to be
Yeah,
somebody's
he's
slave?
saying Lincoln is
That's
cooning.
why I said they gotta be lying about history because how you just gonna walk up in the White House and you hanging out with um Abraham Lincoln and it's like, dude, are is it what Chief said? Holiday said? Because I'm starting to believe this shit. I believe it. Because why are you doing a whole new damn proclamation to free slaves? And people are saying, oh, he's why are all the black oh, he's the white man's president.
Hmm.
So if we were slavery, he wasn't freeing us, so that couldn't be true. He's freeing somebody else.
Yes. Remember I asked you about Glenn Beck?
I
Did you do some research?
didn't get a chance to, girl, because I was at work. I was busy, and I'm like, this shit sound crazy. It's not adding up. And I'm
So
like,
check it out. In a nutshell, Glenn Beck was working for Fox News, and I guess they got freedom to, pick what they're gonna do their show about, right? And this nigga came up with a whole fucking 2, 3 segments on how the first slaves here were not black. He broke that. This was in 2010 and 2010 on the station on Fox. That Negro was fired. Well, Glenn Beck was fired right after he did that. Right after
I
he did that.
remember hearing that.
Yes, and he was up there with a statue like Carlson Tucker and shit. He was up there on a little white boy
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
show in
yeah,
front of
yeah.
him. They fired that motherfucker so damn quick. But what he was saying, and did a whole bunch of segments on this, on how all the founding fathers were black, all of them,
I know that to be true.
founding fathers. He's not just saying John Hanson. He's saying all the founding fathers who was signing those documents and all of that shit were black, all of them. He was telling about and everybody knows that the slaves are really the Slavs, and they were the ones who came over here. But it wasn't us that was enslaved. We were prisoners of war. We were fighting them the whole goddamn Trail of Tears.
Exactly, because the story makes more sense when I say, okay, wait a minute. After Lincoln got killed, Andrew Jackson, who is another mulatto, the only way you're going to get
Look
them
at his
niggas
hair.
in the north,
Look at his hair.
I'm just saying, the only way you, Andrew Jackson's gonna get them niggas in the north to march with you to the south is if all of them is a bunch of mulattoes and blacks too. And here in Connecticut, it was black governors at the same time. Abraham Lincoln was president.
Mm-hmm.
Even before he was president.
Mm.
And now you, Andrew Jackson, you're coming to the north, the Nugget state here, and get all these niggas, half-bloods, to march down south. In the War of 1812.
Wow. Yeah.
And because I'm like, wait a minute, Hanson's statements, then I'm just looking at their statements. These are real statements because they are in the Library of Congress. Now, I don't know about all the other writers' speculation writings, but those statements are true because those are in the Library of Congress. So I'm listening to Hanson's statements. Then I'm like listening to Lincoln's statements. And then Andrew Jackson shit. I'm like, these are three mulattoes. They're three amigos.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I don't know. We've been on for 2 hours. Can we now open up for questioning and for people to come up, because they could probably close some of our gaps. I'm sure they can.
Absolutely.
So let's take like a water break. I'm gonna play a song, and you guys, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. This is mind-boggling. I still got to do a lot more reading, but I'm like, yo, because why? And you a president? Why are you removed? Why are you removed? If you're a president? And then the backstory, don't let her write no letters to me. Yo, chill.
Yeah.
That's like you being his mother, and I go, yo, stop all her letters, yo. Okay, let me open the segment because maybe the chat can help me. I'm gonna put this in the chat. You guys, give me a minute. I'm gonna play. Let's get a water break, sis. If I'm not up here, y'all just wait in the back. Let me put the link, pin the link to the top for y'all to come up. Because if you know anything, I would love to hear your side or your thoughts. Because this shit is real. Right? You can cut your camera off, sweetheart, and go and get you some water. I'm going to play some music. You cut it off, go smoke.
I'm ready to groove with you, Chief.
Okay. All right. Let me go run to the ladies' room. I'm going to put on music for a minute, and anybody can hit the link. It's open, y'all.
Wow.
Long live Ed. Yeah. How you saw? These are my memoirs. Light up a cigar, smoke up the memories as I sit and dust them off. Why do people say it's just to piss you off? Ignore them, no call button, and then dress too par. Now they can't test the guards, had to defy the odds. It only get tougher back then. We thought times was hard. Told them don't write me off. Told her don't type at all. To all the ones that gave up, this a reply to y'all. That wavy haired kid that you knew been on a tear since. The cries was lower than the laughter. Now that I'm hearing the praise for staying committed to something they played with. It was always about us, it's never about who's your favorite. Took my insecurities and made my future more secure. The way we moving, it's like we really been here before. The proof is in the progress from the year before. Furthermore, we wanted to further things more. They took another route, so what you think we kings for? No angel ever said, yo, who these wings for? Ain't no champion ever said, who these rings for? So don't question what God doing, who you live for. Start accepting who you are and what you do it for. Doing less, doing more, it's really either or. Meet them halfway when one close, here go another door. Here go your dreams, what you running for? Head full of steam, cause you want it, huh? But it's in your genes, you was born a star.
Yeah, damn, we done came far. The blessings soon pay off. I don't get a day off. Feel like the playoffs, they like, when y'all gon' take off? Dale got laid off, now we focused on trademarks. We just making hits after hits, no aid off. Now they wanna eat off the same plate that I ate off. They really be brainwashed, I sold ain't for trade-offs. Listen to these verses, these are thoughts that I brainstorm. People do me wrong, but nowadays I just pray for them. I've been under pressure, you can't tell cause I stay calm. I need peace and quiet, all I hear is the rain falls. Now all I see is green like my name was Draymond. ISO the brand and you know we gon' rain on. Shout out to the fans from the jump that stayed on. Rolling every hour of the day till the pain gone. Now every time we drop, yeah, they know that is napalms.
ISO. Long live Ag.
Time's been moving slowly, so we already in too deep. Can't get no sleep on each other, heavy teasing all day, and when the sun sets, you asking me to come through, kick it with you. Night turning to
Hey, how you doing? Robinson Quoa, your mic is muted.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Hi.
Hi, Sister Bethy.
Hi.
I'm not sure how to pronounce her.
Oh,
Husband.
YAHSINNI.
YAHSINNI.
Yes.
Yes.
Greetings, YAHSINNI.
Greetings.
I just came up because I caught the very last end, so I apologize for that. But that information is wild.
It is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Mind-boggling.
That information is wild.
Yeah, it's hard as hell to debunk your research because
Braden.
I think somebody got a YouTube window open. Is your YouTube window open? You gotta close it because you're on StreamYard. Okay, now talk. See what happens.
Okay. Greetings, Big Dog Philly.
Big Dog.
Grand Rising, much love, much respect to everybody. Grand
Hey,
Rising.
Big Dog.
Hey.
So what y'all think? It's crazy, right? That's wild, right?
Yeah. I figured he was black or mulatto. For him to keep his family a secret.
Both of them too. Handsome too.
Wow.
And told his mother to stop writing. He made them. So obviously he was in touch with the post office and told them stop writing me letters. And how is, I don't understand how they're going to be removed and then they going to where? Kansas or where was it at?
Yeah.
It's like real weird to me.
How is that possible? Like you said, he was the president, so how did the president get removed from his job?
No, from his land.
Oh, I'm sorry.
From where he was living to somewhere else. That freaked me out. Wait, what's up?
Land where he was living?
Well, his family was removed.
Right, to
But I guess
Indiana.
he wanted to keep high. Oh yeah, to Indiana or from it
To
to.
Indiana.
So how are your parents going to be removed? Because now we're talking in the area of the Indian Removal Act. So how are your parents as president? And I'm like, it just don't sound right.
Oh my God.
It
It
doesn't.
don't.
Nancy was removed. Did she? I mean, that sound real weird to me.
Mm-mm.
What do you think, Henry? Teddy? You might got to mute, baby. Your
It
background
was
is loud.
no
I'll mute you.
it was no white Europeans as president until they got control of the government in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Every sitting president before then was a person of color.
It had to be.
Even Robert E. Lee, he was a person of color. Um, um, Jefferson Davis, he was also.
It makes sense
We all
that
our ancestors have been running this country for years. For years, I mean, like I said, they was never running things. Now, Abraham Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln was not a good man. I'm just gonna say this from just research that I've been getting and reading about him. He was not a good person. They try to play him off as a good person, but he was not a good person at all. I mean, he done some good, but most of the stuff that he did, I believe, was out of guilt when he created the banks for created the Freeman banks for the soldiers. But then what you call it came in and snatched all that stuff up. We changed everything he put into place. Andrew Jackson came in and we did all.
I mean, he the comments and the orders that they was making is really was freaking me out. Cause I'm like, I don't understand how something like that can happen to a man that's a man's parent that's supposed to be the president. He got removed. It said they were from removed to Illinois.
Indiana.
I mean Indiana, right? Indiana.
Well, it easily can happen. I mean, if he playing, got this little secret identity going on, he's not gonna make a ruckus about the Indian Removal Act. Why would he? I mean, he already had enough eyes on him as is from what the information he was talking about today. So
Hey, Smoke.
we let bygone be bygone. Do what he can, why he can.
So if his mother was, what I'm saying is like, it's like weird to me because like, if his mother was removed to Indiana, and then that means somebody was plotting, a mulatto or a white person was plotting to kill him the whole time. Your mom is
Mhm.
being removed unless he was doing something where he didn't stick to the plan
Well,
before he
from what I've
became.
read and researched, all that stuff was put on him by the Freemasons. Because only Freemasons kill Freemasons. They don't use no outside sources to take out anybody
Mm.
within their secret society. They gonna put the hit out on him. I think of somebody part of the Circle Southern that I came across that actually put a hit out on him. But it was a Freemason. The information that
Wow.
I read.
Now you really
Cause
freaking
all
me
those
out
guys,
because
yeah,
you're.
cause all those guys, see, cause all these guys was Masons, Sister Bethy.
Yeah,
I mean, you can watch in the photos. How they communicate, how they had their hands, and how the posture that they have when they taking photos. They're talking to each other.
they
So
are.
are you
They
saying
are
that they?
communicating.
Are you saying that they were Moors? Because I mean, they're saying
Now
Hampton.
some also part of these secret societies too. There's a lot of us in part of these secret societies, because a lot of us was in these missionaries. And we took on it, and the chieftains took on these religious beliefs, to help further the indoctrination of Christianity. That wasn't a lot of them wasn't Moors, a lot of them was us, American Indians, pushing this agenda too now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so don't can't
I
put
agree
all
with
this on
everything the
Moors.
brother just said.
You know what I'm saying? Can't put all this on Moors. This was us, doing
Well,
this.
I'm only saying because
we adopted these.
They're saying Hanson was a Moor.
I'm not negating that because they mixed. Yeah, and I remember, and I saw that too. And I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm just saying it wasn't just them, because, like I'm saying, they look like us. They blended in with our cultures. They slept with our women and had children with these women. So we always adopted the notion, if they look like us, they're us. That always, since I've been a kid. That's why we. Why do you think Obama? Why do you think Obama got voted in office, Sister Bethy? Why do you think Obama got voted in office?
Well,
because
I know that.
we thought he was us. Sister Bethy is no different now than it was then. It's no different, because we looked at these people; they were us, without even really knowing, or about not really knowing the individual's background and their history. They look like us, so they gotta be us.
Mm.
What's going on, bro?
Oh, you right.
So like I'm saying, it was on both sides. I mean, these people mixed in with our families, got into the tribes, got adopted into these secret societies, to help push a lot of these agendas through, and without the people that they're governing not knowing anything about it. That's why they call it a secret society. We wasn't supposed to know anything about it. But they always communicated with each other all the time. Through the currency, I mean, you name it, they always talk to each other, letting each other know, look, hey, like my brother just said, stay on code. Don't forget what the agenda is. Because in real time, it was about taking over this nation, taking over these lands. Mm-hmm. How you do it? You blend in. You mix in with them. You get to know them. You get to watch and observe. Ain't nobody gonna question you because, damn, he look like me.
Because, I mean, just the fact of Hanson saying his order, take all them fucking foreign flags off my land and get out of here. And for him to say that, then he's not a foreigner.
I agree too.
He an Aboriginal. Why would he make that? And that is written in Congress. He said, get all them damn foreign flags, all them foreign flags. I mean, how many flags do the British got? But two. That I know of. So he said it was a lot of foreign flags.
But you gotta remember, Sister Betty, is the British, the French, a bunch of other different countries also mixing in back then also.
Because all of them was in cahoots together. All of them wanted to come here
started coming
with
over
the same agenda.
Right, because they started all coming over in the late 1800s, right?
Right.
And I agree with the brothers. Real quick, I agree with the brother just said. It was the Moors and the Freemasons, and they started bringing all these other religious organizations over. Go ahead, y'all got it.
Oh no, I'm good. Next.
Greetings to all. Peace to all.
What's going on, brother?
Peace,
y'all. Peace.
I ain't echoing, am I? Okay.
No, you sound good.
When she you're right. We are mixing with different nations. That's a flag is a nation, right? Somebody saying I'm representing, this is us right here, right? And that's how we go into learning what a flag get adopted or what constitution with that flag get adopted. When we listen to these words these people saying, because a lot of these things is legalese, is maritime law, if I can say it correctly, and these laws is dealing with the barter system, and when you bartering, right, it's all about property, and one thing when it comes going back to what you call the doctrine of discovery that was put up in there, which is saying that, oh, we as Aboriginal, we didn't. They looked at us as we didn't have property, like, because we looked at the land as everybody as ours. We wasn't no greedy people. We are growing to being greedy people, dealing with owning property and having property, and because this is also biblical, but the beast system. Sometimes, right, when we name ourselves, who if I name myself whatever I name myself, I want to be called what I want to be called. Then somebody comes along and tells a story about who I was, and then this is where things get mixed up a lot, and we are looking back at people that put in writings, maybe it was biased, maybe non-biased, attached to an agency that paid them well to write a story on something, and back and forth with what we call now business, because it's on our dollar bill we got private and public business, right? That's why the dollar, one of the reasons why the fiat is being thrown out of there. You know what I mean? And we using more currency on the digital spectrum. Am I running on? I'm sorry.
No. What is your
No,
name?
no.
I'm Cypher. I like to be called. I mean, he not nice. He not nice means something to me if it don't mean nothing to nobody else. You know. He not nice meaning I'm not foolish, because when you look into the word of nice and what etymology is, the nice means foolishness. So I'd rather go by he not nice, or that's a branding I'm trying to put for myself in a certain way. Hello?
Okay, that's
Yep.
cool. That was
No.
up.
Okay, so this is throwing me off, Chris.
I'm
You
sorry.
might have to lick with Christopher saying you might have to hit the link because now I'm going back to confusion. Unless okay, because you're saying the Union Army was the European Union Army with nations from Bavaria, Scotland, Russia, Poland. Now, were they black Russians, Scotland's, and Poland's?
Well, I would like to say like that. See how we use the word. That word is, you know what layman terms is, right? And we know like street terms, right?
Right.
I was watching you when you throwing the busing down, right? Remember you had the thing and it was talking about busing with that fake doctor, us people looking person, right? The
Right.
DNA guy, he wrote the book, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just taking this word as an example, because all right, busing, right? They got what it means, something good, something bad. They giving a term knowledge to a terminology. You following me?
Okay.
Right. So when you start, so if I looked at it as busting, like, yo, they busting and we ducking and they shooting, right? I'm looking at gunfire. Now they making busting. That's good. That's busting. Terms turn with the time. And when we turn it with the time, sometimes the leftovers of the word, it confuses us because we make it into a new word. Quotate new, because ain't nothing new, right? So when we go back to an old word, then an old word say, "Oh, this is totally different." Another example of using these words. It's a little viral thing going around with the lady talking about my baby gay. Y'all seen that or heard that?
No.
They had a little, a lady doing a dance with a baby, saying my baby gay. Not saying nothing about gay, but the word gay meant something else. It meant happy at one time. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when we start, somebody, whoever the culprit, to introduce it in a new way, I'm just calling him a culprit. I'm not saying he's a bad guy, good guy, whatever. But we introduce these things, and things go around the world like hot fire, like the internet right now. We get lost into the mixture of the spells of words.
Interesting.
Did I make it kind of a sense?
Yeah, it's still a little confusing.
All right,
Hey, Bright Mo.
gay means happy, right?
No, I know that. I know
Well,
that.
no,
I
we just
know.
trying to stay grounded with the presidents. We
Right,
trying
I'm
to
gonna
stay
bring it
grounded.
back.
We trying to stay
I'm gonna
in
bring
this
it
right
back.
here.
That's why those was prime examples. If I got y'all right now, we go into this word black. They called us black and whatnot, right? When they started using these words, and why these words occur to our people right now is the fact of trading places. This is the same thing with Slav, because Slav is what they call black. Black is a pale-skinned person, but we think that we done been told that we done been beating our heads so much that we accepted almost. Oh yeah, I'm black and I'm proud. When James Brown said it, he said he was an Indian. You know, but these things transgress over time, in time. Like we dealing with the now. So I'm like, okay, right now I have to let them know this spell is confusing us. These spells are these words, and where do we implement it? We can implement it in a public setting or a private setting. In a private setting and public setting, everybody be totally different people. Am I right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And then when you in this private, you more private. You know, you're gonna be, I guess, you right in all fashions. Then in the public, in the more of a public, or when others are watching, right? We act accordingly into certain things. And that's the same way with the words they're putting down on these paperworks they doing. They put these words in a formatted order to confuse a person. You read with Branson and it went backwards, right? It signed in this one, but he was doing it. He did it in this one. So
Yeah, that's
when
why I
they
said this shit is kind of wrong.
it's confusing. So hold on, what happened? No, what happened? They just tying it together. They tying George Washington with John Henson. And when they did that, right, they make it say, oh, they made him not irrelevant at all, right? We get a modern George Washington. Now if we take it from that dollar, that $1 bill, right, face person, we see a whole world open up. And this is how I seen some things. I'm still acknowledging things and I'm still learning. This guy made a lot of quotes and they attached things to us and they made a covenant against us. Do anybody know what that means?
That's why you up here. We are vibing.
They take the land. It was all about the land.
Exactly. They made a covenant
against all about the land.
So everything they do, if you ain't with it, you alienated. You're murdered. You're Bill Cosby right now. Mostly every great person of our skin tone is being demonized in some way. And this is the continuation of erasing. They're erasing us at the same time. We're using the terms that they officiated. Right? We got the unrecognizable tribes and the recognizable tribes. Right? How you going to unrecognize me, but you recognize me because my name is up there? How that makes sense?
Correct.
Right? And they document these things. This is contradiction in itself.
Oh my word. My head is like spinning
I'm
right
sorry.
now.
I'm sorry.
No, not you. I'm just like.
And what she talking about? She read today.
Yeah, these people contradict.
Got her head spinning because they use pictures. That's what they taught us in school. The first, but that's go ahead, baby. You got it.
I think the pictures is what threw us off. But they had pictures. I didn't put the pictures in, but I put 3 in because I'm like, wait a minute, which one is he? And then the official thing is the statue. So I say, okay, now I see this shit. They made the statue look more like a white man, but his woman.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up Negro.
No, because that's why the first thing they taught us in school when it came to reading, they taught us how to picture read first. So anything they showed you in the picture, you took it as what you saw.
Right.
Let you create your imagination. Let you make of it what you want to make of it. Let you create your own narrative.
A perspective, and that's what everybody got, what an opinion and a perspective. So if they clouded us with a perspective, we looking at it, and we are going to see it as what we have been knowledge to learn, right? Some people know things and some people don't, but some people
look how debilitating it is,
right?
I mean, just look how debilitating it is that you don't see nobody that looks like you running this country. That is debilitating. I don't care how old you are. It just steals your soul. Like, I mean, damn, we ain't do nothing. And then they telling you, y'all ain't do nothing. What do y'all do?
And they keep telling
they show
you
these pictures,
fed that to
the
us.
invention. Y'all ain't do nothing. Y'all ain't make these. What y'all invent? And come to find,
Right.
you invented every damn thing.
They
See,
they
all
invented the
these
patent.
things
They invented
is
the patent of
it's
steel change.
debilitating. You know what I'm saying? It's debilitating. It's still it's to take your soul, to destroy your self-esteem, and to have you walking down like you less than. You will never be able to
Right.
reach your potential. On some people will, but most won't. Just on those bases alone. Just like if you were to do that to any pale faced person, it'll have the same effect. And they knew that. They knew that. That's why they flipped it. That's why I got
Damn.
mad at Abraham Lincoln for, because see, you read Proclamation 99, Abraham Lincoln tell you, I'm not trying to abolish slavery
Right.
like the way it was taught. He telling you, and not because it was big business. Because they were trying to industrialize the country. So you need
Well,
people to work. So how you gonna get
but
rid of slavery?
well,
How you make
but
a
the problem was, but here's the question that lies: was he freeing white people, or was he freeing?
That's who was freeing. That's who he was freeing. He was freeing the
Because the
Slavics.
South
Like I
wanted
said,
to.
look at the timeline, Sister Bethy. At the big jump in the timeline from so-called slavery
17.
being abolished, which we know that's a lie. But okay, let's play along. Slavery being abolished, and then they reconstructing the Constitution, allowing them to be first class citizens in 1871. You had to free them first from our control, because they didn't have no land here. They're
Right.
working on our land.
Right.
Foreigners.
I do
They
know
didn't have
that.
no land
That's
here.
why it's freaking
They
me out.
starving.
So, and all I noticed, all the Negroes were saying he's for the white people's president,
And that's
and they
why they
was
say that.
upset. Because I mean, why would Frederick Douglass make a statement? You're obviously Frederick Douglass knew that Lincoln was a Negro, because you just walk up in the White House and then you turn around and make a speech and say he's for the white president for the white people.
Because it took our power away, and it took away our effectiveness to do business the way we were used to doing business when we, decided to be part of this corporation. And that was working the fields. Because we didn't want to industrialize the country in the South. That was the Union crap up north. They wanted to push that daggone agenda
See,
to industrialize, because they didn't have the agriculture that we had here in the South. Not even close. Not even close.
right.
Wait,
They
wait,
didn't have
wait,
the agriculture we
Mm,
had out in the South.
wait.
So it, so they wanted to get that control of it, because see they wanted to tax the South too. They're like, hell no, y'all ain't taxing us. No, no, you're not doing that.
So Lincoln,
So
Lincoln
this
didn't free the slaves; he sold us out.
mm.
Right.
there you go.
Because
There
that
you
means
go. See,
That's
that's
what
when
I'm
we
hearing.
lost control. We got
transfer of property.
That's right.
Boom.
That's when we lost control. Because when he freed them, they
Put
became
it in the
first class
banks.
citizens, and bit by bit, we
Yeah,
started losing the land.
he the original
Yeah,
colonist.
It was a
what?
ripple effect.
Because why would you have even that word first class citizens? Who
That's
the
my
fuck is
point.
second class?
Oh my God.
Yeah, we
Bingo.
we tie that to the day and the times, right? What they was doing. They
And
was
see,
racist, they was biased.
Lincoln's
and
the
see,
Early
original.
you go to the black code law. Blacks can't own nothing.
right.
Right.
Black code law tells you, being black, you can't own nothing.
Now
You
what do
are a
black
slave.
mean? Now what do black mean in law?
We know what that means.
You're
Now
dead. You don't
now
exist.
let's tie that with dead Latin. You ever heard the saying of dead Latin?
Never heard that before.
Well, it's a term called in law, called dead Latin, right? Meaning like the language is dead, but the language is what we call legalese today, and that's all legalese is Latin laws, written laws as that.
You know, that's why you hear the term "kill the Indian, save the man."
Yep.
We need that. We need that man, but we don't need that damn Indian though. We can drop that title.
But what if it's a buzzword that everybody got conflict with, and we don't understand it still? We don't understand the science to it, or look to it even further. It's the word. I don't want to hit the buzzword, but you know what I mean. It's a buzzword that ties us all together, but we associate it as a traitor. Most people associate it as a traitor. That's why I always have "don't be lacking" up there, because who in the hood want to be lacking? Let's keep it funky. Who in the hood? Who want to be caught up in any hood not lacking? You lacking? That means you getting got.
If you lacking, you gonna lose your life.
Yeah, you
you
getting
slipping.
got. So
Same
you put
thing.
black together, you understand that it means dead in law.
Wow. Well, yeah, I do know that you know,
and that's how they set all this stuff up.
Right, they set it
That's
up
how
on
they
the
set it all up.
terms and how you say, like, allegory sayings. All this stuff is more like allegory-ish than just the straight shot shooter story. And the story is never going to be really untold, because it's people right now today. I check up on fact checkers. Now, you know, they lie about everything, right? And we look at these fact checkers, they come out of nowhere giving their opinions on things. And if we look at any law, presume of law, everything is not just the final law. It's all about opinions. Law is nothing but opinions.
Opinions, yeah.
The courts, the judges, this judge put something. It's just like the presidency. What the president, they write something in a book that we so-called here they do, write it in a book and give it to the next president or something like that. We see that in jury or in a judge judgment and his public how do they say it? The public profile that he has to publicize certain things in certain cases, especially if it's recognized in a public's eye. Most cases are not even public, and it goes to criminal cases. It's not even public. It's criminal law. People don't. Let's take it as a race. Race is the competition. We are their we didn't look at ourselves as competition. They looked at us as competition. So they was in a race with us. This is where we get races from. See, they say racist is the one that loves their race. But I'm looking at it that's running. I'm saying layman's terms, right? That's running. Racing, race. That's running, right? Who's running? Who's ahead of who? Who's in first place? And that's they wasn't when we. I think we do understand that, right? We know better now. We want to be better, and that's our goal. We are our own counsel.
Facts. We never had nobody to represent us ever.
You can.
And we still don't.
In their recognizable eye. But know what they did, and I learned that when they stopped the presses and all this, now the internet is on fire. That's where we need to start a gigantic state by state, so-called state, because we are not in the state. Only District of Columbia is the United States, not everywhere else. But these states, everybody that we know, if we could bring. I'm up in Jersey right now. I'm originally from South Carolina. Everybody, we start doing our own dialogue and what we doing with our people. Okay, today we like this lesson. This is a lesson learned that they're trading places. They are trading places. John Hanson and George Washington, they just traded places. How was that?
George and who?
And John Hanson.
Right, Hanson. Right,
yeah,
correct.
They just traded places.
Yep. That's what it looked like to me, because I'm looking at the dates. I'm like, yo, wait a minute. Okay.
So this is how when he made
did
his
he
quote,
really
right?
not want his job after a week?
Think about it.
I'm talking about Hanson.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
talking about Hanson. Like
that sounds like us though.
He said, "Yo,
We'll do some shit like that.
that sounds like he seen some
We'll do
F
some shit
stuff.
like that. This like, man, this is bullshit.
He seen some F stuff. He seen some F stuff." And he said, "Hold up,
You
y'all
know,
gotta
you
get
know.
out of here." That's telling me right there that these are what's foreigners that he was trying to be good with, something like a Martin Luther King in our time, right? Trying to be good with you. Then he learned, like, oh, we can't be good with these motherfuckers. I'm sorry, my language. I'm sorry.
No, you good.
We can't be good with these.
Right back.
You know, we can all be common people, but people bears their own fruits. We bear our own fruits, right? And now everything is so. Let's go down to the store. I'm an '80s baby. I was born in 1980. I'm like, yo, I'm a half country and half city boy. I kind of seen both little other sides of things. I see how the city is like a packed rat maze. They pack us together in a maze. Well, do they pack us together? Are we consenting to these things now? My mother taught me how to sign my signature. I ain't know how important. Do we know how important this your signature is? You can't be liable for anything without your say. If you didn't put your name on something, how they can say your name on anything? I was trying to do welfare, right? As far as looking into why the welfare and why they think they're providing help for people under the Welfare Act, that was to bring people off their lands. We're gonna do this for you. That's a democracy. That's the Democrat stuff. We're not in no democracy. We're in the Republican. Privately people. My people was sharecroppers. They own their stuff. Then my grandmother really ain't even talk to me about no slavery type stuff. She's like, yeah, there was fights and fires and people hating each other and all this stuff, but she ain't mention to me about no slavery. I'm like, ho, where did slavery come from? Oh, going to school and social studies. They are giving us a narrative to go with. They say, hey, y'all barely read anywhere. Just throw this in a book and y'all read this and y'all gonna assume all this stuff is right. Because we got a thing called what? Unrecognizable and recognizable. If you're not official or you're unofficial. I'm, hello, I'm by myself.
No, you're
No,
not
we
by
here, brother.
yourself.
I'm sorry.
Let you
All
run off, bro. Get off
thousands.
the
I'm
chest.
sorry.
No,
I
No,
understand
it's
the
all
pain.
good, bro.
I
when they
understand the
did that
pain.
Indian Removal Act, all those thousands and thousands and thousands of tribes became unrecognized.
Right? Why? What y'all say
Because they took
they
over the
already
damn land.
established they already established like we are two different species, right?
Yeah. This shit is crazy.
They are nomads. They have no home. These people we at war with, it's mixed up with the word white. Then there's whatever else ethnic group with that. They're all mingled together with a covenant. Means that they signed against us with whether we understand it or not. I went to a clerk in the Jersey City and whatnot, trying to do my paperwork or whatever. The lady, one of us, and she act like she wanted to help me. Asking the public information stuff that I that's supposed to be attainable, and they keep doing it. It's done.
They
It's
gonna be the
done on
ones
a
who give you the
broad.
hardest time.
Yeah,
They gonna
bro.
be done. Your own people gonna be the ones. What people? I ain't gonna say your own people. Some of your own people and those who look like you.
See, what I
You know what I'm
understand too is
saying?
that
They gonna be the ones gonna be on that.
everybody be caught up in their situation, right? And it's understandable. Everybody got a situation, right? And then they mind be on. Most people that go to work don't even work if y'all really pay attention to it. Cause work is nothing but the social economic center that everybody making fiat money. We ain't got nothing
They
related.
take these goddamn people, man, put them in position, cause they know they're gonna be the god. They're gonna be the gatekeepers. Just that simple. They
Exactly.
know who they want to put in a certain position to make sure when you bring your ass up there, they gonna give you some shit about it.
Y'all understand that they
They
got
already know it.
Ukraine, people done been moving here, and if
Yeah,
y'all
they got them
city
out
like
here
in
where I'm at.
if y'all cities like my city just developed a lot more apartment buildings and stuff like this that I
They be
have
doing
homeless
that
people in
all
my land.
over.
It's homeless. It's a lot of us homeless out here.
Yeah.
But people make fun of that stuff. Some people put themselves in a situation. Some people just be done with shit. Know the ledge, right? That's knowledge. Know the ledge. Know the edge of something. Don't fall in the hole. But it's hard not to fall a hole but the majority, because the minority is the kid. If we understand what that word means, when they say, "Oh, the minority people, diversity and all," they calling y'all kids. They calling us kid-minded, feeble-minded people.
I was telling them yesterday that they think that the reason why they do what they do to us because they said we're feeble-minded, and that's why they created all these programs because we're showing them that we're feeble-minded.
It's not that we won't. Most of the programs, like we always know, we already implemented them. We just
Right.
gave we giving consent to the operations because of lack of fear. Fear installed in a person is survival instinct. Only they live it. That's all they own is on their tippy toes.
And it always worked with us. This government's ability to invoke fear in us has always worked and got a response out of us emotionally. It has never not worked. As far back as I can reach and research, it has always worked against us to benefit them and their agenda. You look at every civil rights movement, look at every damn protest, go back as far as you want to go. It has always worked against us as a people. But we can't get out our own way.
Yeah,
we don't see the chessboard. We can't see the chessboard.
We can see as far as
we
our
so
village
dependent.
does. If as far as our village and our minds, I believe in us. I'm not to say the believe word because everything you gotta know something. I really wholeheartedly believe in us, and it's all about the mothers. It's all about the matriarch.
But that's the one. They're the ones who are fractured the most.
Right.
See, people think the attack is a lot on. People put a lot of emphasis on the American Indian male being attacked, but it's the woman's uterus has always been attacked.
Yeah.
From the Bible on. Look, that Bible don't do nothing but stomp and jump up and down on a woman's uterus and her being, every breath she takes, every damn thing that went wrong for man, it's because of the woman. Like she removed free will from this. Like she removed free will from his damn hands. He couldn't think for himself. He bit the fruit because she bit the fruit. He cut his hair because of her. It's just always, it's always been this attack on the woman's uterus, man, and it's still going on today. It's not changed. It's not changed. You look at the childbirth. No, you can't have natural birth. We got to give you a C-section.
Right, bro.
Don't breastfeed, give them infamil.
That's things that I'm
all this craziness, right. Man. I mean, so if the men don't get their shit together and stand on their goddamn square and stand with these women and let them understand their true worth, bro, we in a world. We're gonna be in a world of hurt.
We gotta understand that
the next 20 years from now.
The mother is this world. We call Gaia. They call Gaia Mother Earth. Everything relies in the mother. The father procreates with the mother. The mother can do it by herself, and this is immaculate birth. I don't want to go into the biblical stuff because it's comic books to me, right? Because.
It's comic book for you, but I tell you what, it's reality to your damn elders.
It could be reality that says in the difference of the timeline.
your elders believe in that damn Bible.
Yeah, they believe in. Yes, my people were Baptists or whatnot, right? They grew up. She held to her deathbed was a Baptist, a Christian, and those sort. But then I look into it, right? You look into how they become Christian. They was converted to Christian, and that it wasn't the Christian that we think of. It was Christendom, and these are two different sets. The Christendom was really what they converted people into Christian under the rule of a sword.
Mm-hmm.
They say I'm gonna cop your head off if you don't do this. And I can see us being the nice people that we are. Some people are very, very so kind-hearted that they get fucked over at the last point, right? All that's the necessary, right? They said good intentions is paved to hell. The good intentions can dismantle a nation. Cause this is what we are dismantled.
Mm.
They broke us apart
Mm-hmm.
from each other. We look at each other
by attacking the woman.
as the zombies. We are black. We call ourselves zombies. The Walking Dead.
Yep.
And they treat your ass like that too. Every time they pull you over in the goddamn squad car.
That just the policies enforced. We got our understanding that the U.S. is a said business, and it's operating as a business, and you have to communicate with them on that level. But the thing about it, people are so lame in terms. They think that the government is the state is the government. These are different entities.
Yeah.
These are all different entities. I go to my city hall. My city hall said incorporated.
All of them are.
All of them. So
every
that's
business.
Every damn one of them.
That's a bell right there.
Mm-hmm.
They say, hold up, I'm doing business with y'all. Y'all telling me I'm doing business with y'all because they presume everything. We presume. So what we say in the hood, you assume nothing. You make an ass of me and you.
Yep.
So they making asses of us while they still presuming.
Yeah.
They right now it's hard to be like, because a lot of stuff I have wholeheartedly on my heart and mind. I can't just say it. I say it, but I don't, because it's all rah-rah. And then when you really think about it, everybody don't want to be really rah-rah, you know? They don't really want to be rah-rah. But then this World War III that we're facing is as real as it's gonna be as being me. This war is this is going to be one of the last wars. If everybody consent to this automated AI systematic system that they're putting on us, I can reference all these type of movies: Timeless, Time Gone, Total Recall. All these stuff has already been. We are going back to the future. This ain't nothing new.
The Lazarus Project.
Yo, we in the maze, my brother. We in the maze. They got us rats in the maze. That's why they said the Indians went to the reservation, then they made us put us in projects.
Yep.
So they reservated us in what?
That was the reservation.
Yeah, exactly.
To the project. Mm-hmm.
That's a simple math right there.
You see the movie coming out called The Lazarus Project?
No.
I heard
when?
Y'all familiar with that?
Yeah.
No.
I don't think it's out yet, is it? Is it out? Is it out already?
I think it's like it might be dropping like as we speaking. I know they've been
okay. Because I haven't heard about it, but I didn't know it was playing yet. Yeah, I'm familiar with it, but I didn't see the
Okay, well check it out.
I didn't know it was out yet. Yeah, I didn't know it was out yet.
In the movie, right? The subplot of the movie is that they're going back in time, like a time machine.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, I'm gonna tell you why they're giving you all this. The universe has a way of resetting itself in cycles, 25,000 years. This knowledge is old knowledge. It's been passed down from civilization to civilization. Most civilizations.
That's true.
Most civilizations, they build their empires off of what we call today astrology. Now the masses of the people who aren't aware of these things, as soon as they see them, be it good or bad, they gonna make it bad. Simple as that. Now, I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm saying. Halloween.
That's right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
You've heard years, right? From brown people, right? That Halloween is bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
They tell you about how they witchcraft and all this type of stuff, right? Well, let me tell you what
Christians.
Halloween is. Halloween is a celebration. It's like, like how y'all have what y'all call New Year's celebration.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, the New Year start in September,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the New Year start with the opening of the gates of what we call hell is open. Hello. That's the Halloween. That's the weaning of the elements. This is all astrology. So you coming out of the summer, right? The summer got a tale called the Sumerian tale. The Sumerian are a people. The Samaria is a tale of Judah, right? Judah represent the heat months, which is what y'all call June and July, right? That's why the lion of Judah is the Leo, the lion, right? And Judah followed by what? The waters, the virgin waters. That's August, right? See, always keep this in mind. You see a penny on the floor, right? And many people pass it by. You know why they pass it by? It says it's low in value, or it's not attracted to them.
True.
Watch this. It's not attracted to them. You know why? Mentally, some people only gonna pick up a heads. Other people gonna pick up a tail.
True. That's
Right?
true too.
So you have to remember at all times, right? It's two sides to everything. So this is my point. There are a lot of things that you're supposed to go into and get the goodness out of it. Just take the goodness out of it. It's like this, right? Who on the panel married? Any of y'all married?
Well,
Widowed.
Okay, well you
I'm
will. Well,
married,
watch it.
but not married because
Okay. I'm making a point here. Married is a point,
mm-hmm.
right? Prior to that, you weren't married, so you went through dates, boyfriends or girlfriends prior to reaching a point, right?
Right.
When you got to that point, what do they call that? You had to be ready, right? How do you get ready?
Financially.
No, by going through those experiences prior to that point to get you ready.
Okay.
Right? Now watch this. Some of those experiences prior to that point that got you ready, some of them were terrible.
Yeah.
Some of them were great. Right? But to get you ready, you had to grasp the goodness out of both of those situations, be they bad or good, and apply that goodness to you. We call that wellness, right? When a person worried about his own well-being, they call that wellness, right? So when a person is building their character and he's gathering from those experiences the goodness and applying it to himself in his life, that's wellness.
Mm.
And that's what gets you ready to be able to, as we say, cohabitat with other beings, coexist. This is what we call being civil, right?
Right.
So I always hear people talking about the Bible amongst other facts. I'm gonna show you how simple some things are, but y'all just never do it. All of you know it. You've been knowing it for years, but just never do it. And it's amazing to me. Now watch this. Everybody know that the Bible that is put together today under any of the editions are no more than translations from older material. So watch this. If everybody knows that, why they don't go to the older materials and get the true stories? Why they just say, you know what? We're gonna discard the Bible. Why they don't study the languages where they can translate the Bible and decode it properly? Why, when something is presented to them that they could easily disprove, they don't disprove it? They talk a bunch of shit, try to get some likes, some followers. So in 2023, see, all the games have been played. Now, the bus done left the bus stop and ain't no more buses coming. Now, there's a few people that might can get where they want to go by walking. But your ass ain't gonna get there. Keep bullshitting with all these people with these distractions. They call that the back. You remember Bear Rabbit?
Go ahead on there talking the bullshit, dog. You don't talking the shit.
Remember Bear Rabbit?
I was waiting for it. I was
Oh
waiting
boy,
for
oh
it.
boy, oh boy, oh
You know
boy.
why I do it.
and then you got some people, right, who now I know all of y'all have witnessed this, especially in the last 10 years. Watch this. And there's somebody that you knew who, how would I say this? They thought they had it going on. Listen to me. Whether it been in their personal life, they thought their man was the shit. They thought their husband was the shit. They thought their marriage was the shit. They thought their careers was the shit in the professional life. You know like at the cookout, when you kind of like observing the cookout, right? And you watching the family, you watching the older aunts and the grandmama and them over there talking, right? Then you watch the younger girls over there, they dance around and all that type of stuff. You see the younger boys over there, right? They over there by the basketball court talking shit, shooting around. Then you see the older men, they sitting around talking shit, drinking liquor. And then you get to like the middle-aged men, right? You always see one standing there with his damn hands in his pocket. Y'all know the one I'm talking about. Shaking his damn change, his keys, and his shit. You know the one I'm talking about, don't you? Make it hot shit. You know the one I'm talking about, right? We're in
Wow, goddamn dude.
the last 10 years, a whole lot of them. A whole lot of them. Some of them passed away unexpectedly after they shots. Right? Other ones.
True.
Man, you heard about so-and-so? What? Man, he moved back home. Move back home. Not Mr. Big Shot. Most people, it's funny, it's most people. I don't care where you from, up north, down south, city, suburbs. Most people, when they move, they talk shit about where they came from. I'll never go back to that motherfucker under no circumstances. You got me twisted. You have to kill me to go back to that joke. Send me back in a casket. Yes, a lot of them been moving back. I've been seeing people. I know y'all been seeing this. Watch this. You go through the average neighborhood. Don't you find it strange when you pass a home and you see 6 cars parked out there, and it ain't no party going on? What that tell you? A whole lot of people move back home and back in together.
That's true.
You feel me?
It's rough. Life is rough.
See, my point is, they was living a life of distractions. That's why they ain't got nowhere. That's why they right back where they fucking started. You feel me? They ain't getting nowhere.
Okay.
So you know, we educated, we uneducated, same results. We up north, we down south, same results. West Coast, East Coast, same results. It's crazy. What do people really want is what I be saying to myself sometimes.
I don't know.
Like, you know, now,
but
on a serious note, I understand levels of mental illness. So I can see several times when I'm observing conversations when it's not about, as we would say, driving a point home, right? To where somebody could get an understanding. It's more about like, man, I want to be heard too. Shit, I ain't never been heard. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm the type person, if you really saying something, I put my shit on mute. If you really saying something. But you know, it's kicking the shit, as they say. Everybody gonna just kick the shit. But how much shit can you kick when you behind?
Hey, so I want to revert back to, and the audience is asking us to, where we were. Because I've never did hard studying, literally in the first 16 presidents, like real hard studying. I just went by the pictures that I saw. Oh, okay, all these white guys. And they weren't even white guys.
That part.
You know, Bethy.
Why am I finding this out at age 50? And I've
Because
been campaigning. You would think we would know. But I'm saying,
like, watch this.
You wait, but hold up.
What's the Civil War, Bethy?
Hold up. I got. I need you to ride with me for a minute, because we keep getting redirected. At 50, and I've been campaigning and everything, and you would think I would have like a slight clue. You know, like I said, I don't know everything, but I didn't think it was necessary to ever study these dudes for who they were. I mean, is anybody else on the panel?
Yeah,
Am I the only one? I can't possibly be, because I haven't heard people going around in my lifespan saying the first 16 dudes was niggas.
You know, me personally, I don't really study people. I study impact.
Well, we have to because it's in order for our history to make clear sense, complete sense, we have to know who really fucked us up because we have to stop
Yeah, but you know that
putting
by
our,
the
I'm just
impact.
saying though, but Ali, the impact, you would never expect the impact to be from uh your people.
What I mean is about impact is I
When
mean
you're
by
given a
association.
picture, all right, hold up. What rock with me for a minute, bro. When you're given a picture from a little kid to an adult of 16 white guys and all the rest of them, you don't think that this is your people doing to you. But are they our people or are they somebody else that's black or mulatto? You went we looked at pictures for so long. And this is why we keep throwing our hand at the white guy saying it's you. You did this to us. But did they really? Who the fuck did this?
Yeah, we had our help, but we had people right in it, our skin tone helping, and some of them are willingly participants.
Only thing I can tell you
That's
is
right.
that
That's how they did it.
in my
That's how they were
family,
doing it. They're
in,
throwing a rock and hiding their hand
in
and
my
saying, "No,
family,
it's that white
I
guy.
knew what
He
the
did it."
difference was in my family.
Huh?
In my own family, I knew who was who, and I know who is who to this day. And it was now when I was younger. Watch this, Bethy. You old enough to remember this. When I was younger, you could tell the difference between the natives, or what y'all call Indian, right, and those who were coming from England, or Ireland. You know how you could tell? The kitchen. Now watch this, Bethy. What was the difference between our kitchens and the people who came from Europe kitchen? It was kind of like
Can
it was kind of like the 50s, 60s, 70s. It was kind of like tradition in the kitchen.
well, I'm seeing a can of grease on the stove,
You get
wallpaper on the wall.
you get close. Keep on. You get close. You thinking right is what I'm saying. You thinking right.
The ugly ass old
I'm,
fashioned curtains.
I'm gonna tell you what the difference was. Watch this. The Indians, right? Which like my great grandmother on the wall, they used to have hooks on the wall, right? And the hooks used to hold the dippers.
The what?
Now, now the dippers, just before y'all time, we used to make dippers with squash, big head squash, right? You kind of like carve the after you take after you use the squash, you carve it out and kind of dehydrate it a little bit, and then it's a perfect dipper, like for cooking water and all that type of stuff. So we used to put it on the wall there. Well, the people from Europe, right, they started coming with these spoon and fork sets. And the spoon and fork used to always be on their wall when you go in their house. You remember that?
I do.
A big old giant spoon and a big old fork.
Well, that's very Yankee,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
what's on my kitchen
So,
wall right
so,
now.
My
so
grandmother had that
look.
on her wall.
So my great grandmother, she never talked bad against my grandmother, right? But it was obvious that they were different. And she would say stuff like in a kind way. Like for example, like if you used to doing something with her and then you kind of want to do it, but your other grandma coming to pick you up, she'll let you know, now look, now you with your grandmama, so, you know, you can't do that. 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 You know, you can't Whatever she say, you got to do it because they did stuff different. Like at my grandmama's house, they ate
We got to
macaroni.
get to the point,
They ate
Ali,
macaroni
baby.
and cheese. My great grandma
Right.
used
You know,
to
he's like drag on.
The audience want to get back to the president, hon, and I really want
Okay, let's
to.
get back to the president. Y'all talking about the presidents.
We're
But
talking about.
what I was saying about the presidents, though, I'm gonna show y'all some trickery about history, period. What is y'all perception of what the Civil War is?
It never exists. Not like the way they say it.
Okay, my man. Now you've been thinking, but because now they're telling you right in your face what the Civil War is. Civil means become educated. This is when they start setting their system up.
Okay, what year was the Civil War? Let me
It's
pull it up.
documented.
I'm about to pull it up.
Pull it up.
Hang on.
I believe started in 1861.
See, they said they setting these
Okay,
systems up.
so we looking right here.
Look what they did right before that.
The War
Indian
of
Removal Act.
Right.
Indian Removal Act.
Right.
So okay, so these are the questions I have because of the years of Hanson and of Hanson. Was this shit is weird to me because all right.
Get it together, Chief.
This shit is weird. I'm when Hanson he was around when the territories became states. This Negro. Now we get to fucking the Indian removal. All right.
See, by
This
the
shit is
time
throwing shit off.
by the
Shit
time they
is
got to
thrown
the
off.
act, Bethy, that was you talking 1860, right? So you talk
1861 when the Civil War started.
when you look at the dates of their invasions, right? That gave them 300 years of what we call uh, uh, mulattoes. Because you know, every time they got war, they got what they call war babies, right? So you had some booties from Spanish first, then you had some from Great Britain.
This invasion's been going on since 1493, and that's see everybody keeps putting the invasion at the Civil War when it
Right,
really began in 1493.
right.
True.
Because prior to 1493, there was no fucking border between North and South America.
And so you have to understand they presidents, as y'all was talking about, right? They had no damn system. Some stuff is
Correct.
so evident that if people just accept things as they are today, they'll learn the history. That they had no
This is
system
what
for
they don't want us to see. This shit is like real upsetting, to be perfectly honest with you.
So in order to be a president, it had to be a company. This man was a general. They call this set in. In business, that's like saying the coach fired and the assistant coach, he's the set in. He's the head coach now. So when this man, the general, right? They gave you the history of what he did as a general, coming up the Delaware River, blase, blase, and all that. Right? He was the set in. Ain't like they was over here voting his ass in.
It was no people voting. It was
Yeah,
Continental
you feel me?
Congress.
Right.
That's why the shit is a big throw off. It was Continental. There
Yeah,
wasn't even no federal government.
exactly.
I mean, like no central government. This shit is all. It's very upsetting, and this is why lawsuits.
And
Because
see, in the Civil
it ain't
War
good.
was
I mean,
basically a rebellion. It was a rebellion because our ass was fighting over the fucking land. Like, y'all ain't coming over here taking this damn land. You had to fight your
Yeah.
own family member because some of the family members wanted to go in with the corporation. Like, look,
It
man, I
was a
mean,
rebellion
hey,
against everything, the whole system.
I mean, you got this is some bullshit. You got when you look, you don't even need to look past fucking Abraham Lincoln. Just the first 16 presidents alone is alarming when you look at this.
Now
And then the dude get in there and he like, man, I don't want this fucking job. No, I don't want it. He didn't want,
that shit right there funny as hell.
yeah. And that's
now
a real statement. And it's mind boggling.
But that tells me that he didn't want to go along with their covenant. He didn't
No,
want
it
to agree
didn't.
with them.
now what you gonna find in your families, and everybody gonna find this.
But he's not the only one. The
And
next
it's,
few did too.
and it's not
Yeah, but see, right, it's true.
listen, you're
Because
gonna
they're part
find
of
this.
this Freemasonry. They're
Yeah,
part of this
listen,
Freemasonry.
exactly. You're
Like,
gonna
cause
find that in your
all
family.
your presidents are Freemasons, Sister Beth. Let me tell you
Don't
that right now.
listen. Do
Right.
not
Yeah.
confuse Freemasonry then with Freemasonry today.
Okay, but
It's
I'm
different,
just
true,
saying.
because Prince Hall was
Joe,
different.
Freemasonry
right?
then just only
He
meant that
runs
they
for
the ones that
president,
been to
and
school.
everybody was scared to run against him.
They been to school. That's all Freemasonry meant back then.
Threats and killed. Threats of murder. Threats.
They were educated. So it's totally different today.
That's bugs out.
Oh, big time different.
He runs. Everybody's scared to run against him. They put fucking George Washington in parentheses, and everybody's scared to run against him. And then he get in there. I don't want this fucking. That's a nigga, a
Oh yeah,
negro,
cause we do fuck shit like that in a minute. We don't be playing
a,
like, man,
a
y'all got me
Indian,
fucked up. I
a
ain't feeling what y'all
Indian.
talking
That
about.
got me. Yeah, this shit. I don't know if
So you
y'all
gotta
see what I
understand with
see. Look
George
at that.
Washington, right? Remember, he was a military army guy.
He's
So
a general.
like
He's
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was
basically he.
military. Go ahead.
Oh no. Go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm just upset. I ain't even gonna be
No,
able to
I
sleep.
feel the pain and that's what's going to propel us. That's what's going to propel us because we know it's a wrong, but the right. We can't wrong the old stuff, right? We start from every day. This is a council. You have you. I told you, AP. It's a council. We have a council. We got yays and nays. We got thumbs up and thumbs down, and we got at least a little group of people. Because I'm on my side, I totally agree with our community. We got our own council. We have to make our own council
Cause see,
of our peers,
cause
even if we never
right,
agree.
cause that's why I started with my family first. I
Say less.
started educating my family first because if I can get it through them, I ain't worried about nobody else. Cause my family's stubborn as hell, you know, and I know they don't know what I know. Cause when I brought it up to them, all their eyes lit up.
Bethy.
But you
I
know,
love this
like Sister
part,
Bethy
Bethy.
always say, we're visual people. So I had to actually show them and let them see it and put it in front of them. So they'd be like, wow,
Well, I like to say we
damn.
spiritual people. From what my family.
What we spiritual, but we are visual,
Spiritual
but we are
people. We're not
visual
spiritual.
people. No,
That's
no,
part of
no,
the.
I'm not talking about
I get you,
spiritual.
though, bro.
We ain't talking about spirituality. Some things that you see, because a person can tell you, look, man, I got $1 million, bro. Him saying it is one thing, but it don't have that hit when he dropped that bag in front of you. You see the money in real fucking time. it's a different
It goes
feel.
into the recognized and being unrecognized, and who chooses to be recognized and by who, and who choose not to be unrecognized. See, that's saying like, okay, a bum person, like, oh, I won't hear nothing from his mouth because he don't have, you think he have no money, he has no knowledge. That because there's a visual. That's deception in itself. I'm saying, if you
I
could.
mean, that's true too. But when you're talking to your family, I'm not talking about a stranger. That's different context. I'm talking when you're talking to your family, they know you. So when you say certain things to them that they know are foreign, that they're not used to you saying, it resonates with them to some degree why he's saying this. But when I actually show the information to them and let them see for themselves, it has a different effect,
My mother told me to
a
throw away
different
the dictionary.
perception.
My mother told me to throw away the dictionary, and let me tell you why that makes so much sense. Because we still contain to their wording and their wordplay. And I didn't understand it. I'm like, well, what do you mean, Ma? This is the etymology of things. This is telling. I'm telling my mom. My mom's alive. I converse with her sometimes, not all the time, because we got different views. But she told me to throw away the dictionary. I sat on that, and I said she absolutely right. Because we are playing in a mixed game, right? The game is already tainted. Yeah, everybody that gambles, right? They sit there gambling, knowing that these people that own the teams are getting the most money. It make sense. You gambling for you not to proceed. But with family, it's hard to break people out. I look at people as the masses, right? Because the reason why people are put in place of higher stature as a president or whatnot is because most people do not want to handle their affairs. Some people just want to live life. They don't even have to worry about some of this stuff. And we have been attacked that they took. See, the matriarch, the mother is the head. She was always the head. She sent our mother sent us out. Well, our ancestors out to fight these people. And Bob, we went out fighting and we got killed up with the fire drinks, right? The liquor, all that stuff. We lacked it and left our mothers undefended. This is where we at. This is where we at. But knowing that some people need somebody to lead them, the sheep, the shepherd, right? This is how we get to this presidential stuff. And a president is really a CEO, but people really pay attention. It's only a CEO to a corporation or a company. We dealt with empresses and emperors. These kingdoms, these old kingdoms had civilizations, and the civilizations got broke apart within war. Now we have found our enemies on the good side and on the bad side. I'm a type of person. I don't believe people. No reason I don't believe people because they have to show, right? Like you saying in a visual, right? Show me what Miss Bethany showing us some visual about these presidents that's incorrect or inaccurate or really just putting words together. I call them dumb. I call these so-called other people. I don't want to use buzzwords. These other people, I call them dumb because who's going to sit there and copy and paste? See, if we pay attention, most of the stuff is copy and paste. They reconstructed. They put people that was in scholar universities to write up these things and then put it to the educational Negro. The educated,
Rockefeller, the Rothschild, the Ford
right?
Foundation, Carnegie.
They backed all this stuff. This is all corporation. One of the first corporations over here was the Indian Company. We got to pay attention. We
You
gotta
know
pay
what?
really.
You
The
know what?
Indian company is one of the first one. They was all over the fucking world. So excuse my language,
You
but
know
they
what?
were all over the world.
You,
Who is this
That's
Indian
true.
company people? You
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 know.
telling me pale face people were the Indian people? They were the these are the people that was bargaining and selling at the time that when we know by 14 7 11 1400 they was just coming. They said they was coming out of so-called caves and they was just being taught. What caught me a long time ago was AD and BC, right? after died before Christ. I said, why they start time back over? Why time stop?
Reconstruction.
This is before
Reconstruction.
Reconstruction. This is just AD BC.
No. But see, that's still their version of Reconstruction.
Right,
See,
right.
everything is repetitive. See, that what the Mayan was talking about. Look, it's nothing new under the sun. Everything you think is new is not new. It's been done already.
I had an uncle.
It's how you perceive it.
I had an uncle, right? And he used to tell me that BC, he said that shit meant before crackers.
I heard something. You know, it's a lot of evidence that say a lot of things that before their time. But when they come to their timeline, everything is incorporated. How one of the things that confused me, right? It's like we call this world America. We call the land America, right? Then they had another name for it before they called America. Now America is known as the United States. Make it make sense.
Well, it's officially known as a colony of the UK, and as a colony, it also has what they call adjacent assigned territories. That's why we pay tax as well as the territories. You pay tax based on whose jurisdiction you're under. That's why you don't have Florida and Texas and California paying state tax. Well, I think California amended theirs, but they don't pay state tax because they're under the throne of the Spanish. So they have a different agreement with the Spanish than with the British. The British want the tax on the head. Well, they get their tax through the product tax. We don't pay no state tax, but every damn thing you pay got a higher price on it. So they gonna get it anyway.
That's because they taxing the corporation that's
selling
selling
whatever
item, and that's a good point, because how do we have a state that go back to the debt clock, right? And who the debt clock is actually to? Who what person is what person is consenting to be called a citizen and being taxed under these guidelines, and who are y'all paying tax to?
You know, in life, there's things
To
called
royal families today.
Right? There's things called situations.
Make this make sense.
And like we were saying earlier about there's two sides to the coin, right? Each person to be successful in life.
I'm just saying. I'm just.
It sounds retarded.
I'm looking at all these people that was all these players here.
Listen, each person has to deal with their situation.
I'm just saying.
There's too many people. They try to learn stuff, right? And they try to make moves based on moves they saw other people make.
Well, that's not how I'm moving.
To be successful, you have to
wait. We going up. We please. We're on president.
Look at your situation.
We all over the place. Could we please? I'm talking about.
We talking about these Negroes.
I'm talking about all the people.
Negro president.
I'm talking about all the people at the goddamn crime scene.
You know what them presidents.
Ali Bouba, step to the panel.
They call dead president.
All right. Frederick Douglass wasn't the president.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just evaluating, and I'm not gonna stop. I'm not, because make this shit make sense.
I'm focusing on Sleepy Joe.
Want me to tell you something else too, Chief Bethy?
Could you please?
John Lynch was a mulatto.
But make it make sense. Dude, you're American Indian, African, and European. And then you get down in contrast. His father was almost certainly white.
Man,
it sound ridiculous to me.
Does
that make any fucking sense?
He a mulatto.
So all
I'm
these
gonna
people that
say
gave us history
to
on
be
said
safe.
try to let us know they were people are pale faces.
I'm
Not
gonna
true.
make it based on who he was hanging around, because his ass was born in 1818. So based on who he was hanging around, I'm going to say his ass was mulatto because he's Indian and Negro. But wait a minute, as well as European.
Salary.
Like I said, people think John Lynch was a pale face European, but he was a mulatto. He was a mulatto baby.
John Lynch.
These were some dirty
Willie
ninjas.
Lynch.
Willie Lynch.
They named Lynchburg after.
Yeah, the Lynch family.
Let me ask this dude something
They
for real
got
quick.
rich in cotton.
Mr. Lattimore, do you have a problem?
Do they do that? In Lynchburg also?
What?
I was telling him that the Lynch family they got rich through cotton.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They had cotton throughout Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina.
Yep.
See, Chief Bethy, that's why you have the energy the way you have it about letting certain people in your tribe. You have the energy for a reason because something was,
Yep.
maybe it was your ancestor. Maybe it was
It
your
has to
ancestor
be.
moving on you like that.
It has to be.
Because
It
I know
has
my
to be.
mom was very adamant. I know my mom was very adamant about, look, don't you bring no pale face to this house.
My grandmother was too. They was
And
all.
understanding the history, I see
They was
why.
all.
Because they took over a lot of the family, land.
Customs,
My
tradition,
grandmother, from my mother all the way back, they was
customs,
racist. They was
tradition.
racist. They did not fuck with white people. I'm probably the
And
only
that's the
one.
stain that was put on them. Because they seen what happened. And I didn't understand either, Chief. I was like, well, damn, why you so bitter towards them, Emo? But looking at the history for what in real time, yeah, I see why.
It's a joke today to a lot of people,
Because
but you know what
I
started some
guess
of
they look like the people that fucked them over.
what started some of
Correct.
Even though they didn't even know
started
that they
some of
was
the first
black.
conversations about race was the
I'm
Right.
just
potato
saying
salad.
they didn't know that they was black. So the
I'm
people
talking
that
about
fucked
that.
them over looked white. So this shit is pissing me off.
It's real. It is
But
real.
wait a minute,
Like I
how
said,
I do it. Look at people, babies. I learned that a long time ago. It ain't about what nobody say out their mouth. Look at the babies. The babies tell the truth. The babies tell the truth.
I guess my
Who they make?
grandmother was checking shit
They
at
tell
the
you. They
door.
tell you who they making love to.
yeah, yeah, she was.
Tell you how they
My
raise it.
grandmother was
She sure
checking
was.
people. She was checking people at the fucking door.
That's
But we
right.
didn't know.
Check them.
And that's how they did it. That's how they did it because they saw that these people was destroying the families. They didn't have the best interest of the family. That's why I never understood why was, you know, beautiful dark skinned girls were so messy with light skinned girls. And I was big here in Virginia when I was coming up. Really big here.
You know
Okay,
all the
I
light
hear.
skinned girls was loose.
And I didn't understand.
Virginia was heavy. Is heavy with mulattoes.
Yeah. So I mean
Mulattoes.
it was real. I mean
Same
that
thing in
hate
college.
that doggone that them lights, it was real.
Same thing in college. All them
So
light skinned girls, they trying to go.
so it affected the families and broke the families apart.
So I'm what I'm seeing in my head is a fucking meeting going on, and dude walk up in the White House. How the fuck you gonna be walk up in the White House in 1865 and say, "Oh, this motherfucker's for the white people"?
Because you keep it in a book.
White people
But
He was
president.
annoyed.
they was using
He
political
was annoyed. He was
right? We gotta understand when we looking at all these documents, they using
It was
political
about money,
terms
Bethy. Money
and
and power.
money and power, but you're using these terms that everybody don't be familiar with sometimes, and especially where we got our history saying that they didn't allow us to read at one point, and with that
well,
with
we know
that
that's a damn lie. So we ain't even use that. We know that's a damn lie.
we know that's a lie, but this is the narrative. This
We
is
know
one
that's
of
a
the
damn lie.
narratives,
Right.
and we see that narrative now with the way they use their codes and policies, because everybody's not going to sit and read these codes and policies that they all abide to.
That's true.
You know, they say the law, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Because you don't know the law don't makes you excusable from the law.
Correct.
That's
So
true.
so when they using these political terms, or they're using slang terms, because I call it slang. It's just like slang, but we just don't
Yeah.
understand.
Oh, we understand it now, though.
Yeah, we understand. Yes, ma'am. We be paying attention to it, because that's what got my head. And I'm like, hold up, why is these words?
This
Why
has really got me pissed off because I never looked
what
at
is a
it.
president?
It's
Oh
real, Chief. It's real. It's real. It is real. This is no lie. You know, it was no doggone white Europeans running this damn country until like the late 1800s, early 1900s.
But
That's
we
a
got.
fact.
Do we understand foreign relations?
Look how many times they changed the articles of.
Right, right. These are
Oh,
foreigners doing this.
Hey Theodore, you know people in Martinsville and Long Island?
I don't. I know I used to drive through there right much when I used to head out that way. You know, when I had to go out there into the sticks.
Okay. Yeah, cause you in Richmond, so you know.
Yeah, I'm not that far away.
I just can't get over this shit.
It's real, Chief. It's real.
He stepped his
It
ass.
is.
It's like they kept trying to determine who's gonna do the dirty job.
Well, George
Just
Washington says he's going to do the dirty job. That's why I don't know if you seen me. I had put something. I said, bring up a George Washington quote, right? And they showed they do making a covenant between them. I think in Hollywood, hate to go there. Hollywood, the Jews was not liked by the white people. See, the Caucasians, they agreed to come against us. And that's why all these nations call themselves white today. They agree. This is from a Hollywood Jew entrepreneur that went over there and started Hollywood in California. These people had to make an agreement to achieve their chief goal was to stay at the land of honey. This is the land of honey.
Milk and honey, just right.
This is the land. This
The
is
land of milk and honey.
we circumnavigated the world. Some like I think Miss Bethany said something about these niggas. Some of these niggas left here and we kicked them out. Whatever, right? That's a plausible solution as well. That's very plausible because the fact that they got these people we going around, they telling the people about the new world that they never heard of.
right. New world. And it's not a new world to us.
Right.
Obviously it's not.
Right.
I still don't understand this term when they put new on anything when it's already been done already. You know, the
Well,
New
it's just a
York.
metaphor. I mean,
It's
you know, like
semantics.
a car.
It's
You know,
semantics.
somebody might have had. I mean, that's true. That's true. That's true.
It's semantics. It's like the word busted. I'm gonna use that as another. I mean, the same example. Busting, and they got these different meanings for it. Cap, no cap. Now that means lying. I thought cap was a ball cap on the head. Cap. No, no, within the times we start adapting to this new linguistics because a lot of people know about Ebonics, but do you know about the Ebony people? We are the Ebony people.
Uh,
We are the Ebony people.
Yeah, you need your stiff drink tonight, honey. Just one shot.
I ain't, man. We've been on. I think we've been on too long now. We've been on for 4 hours. 4, and it's not. You can't do this shit in 4
Let you
hours.
sleep it off.
No, you
Look
Yeah, let you
at.
sleep it off. Yeah, that's true.
Would
Oh,
y'all
y'all
look
been on
at?
that long? 4 hours? Goodness
Yeah,
gracious!
4 hours. We came on at 6. I'm
Wow.
getting ready to get the hell up out of here. Look at his damn wife. I'm ready to fight. I swear for good.
No doesn't
I
need
can
you.
say this: the hell with the pictures. Just look at the statues.
Don't forget. Hey, a lot of this history isn't really understood because people don't study the the war that went on in England.
what's the abandoned war? Well, I mean, when they
Nah, nah, nah,
abandoned the
nah, nah, listen.
buzzword.
Nah, you had listen. Just what we talk about the mulattoes, right? The mulattoes is what started the takeover because of a birthright type of thing,
He right.
right? So
Is this the black power that James Brown's talking about?
so so so, so this is why this see
From
so
Augusta, from
everybody
Augusta, Georgia.
they great
From Augusta.
grandmamas, they know about this type of stuff. So
I'm
that's why
like, I'm
they
saying,
always
say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Well,
that's why they always gonna check them at the door, like Bethy was saying, because they already know what's gonna happen. They're gonna lose power every time. We see it. We witness it today. We don't have to go back in history. Who do most of the power we call power, right? Have an availability to resources, right? So most of our people who in power, right, regardless how they want to identify, who ends up with their money and resources. So it's the same thing. You ain't got to go back in history. Mulattoes everywhere. They're running
well,
things.
Princess High, you don't have to want to know where you came from, but I damn sure I'm gonna figure this shit out. Y'all know me. I'm not gonna sleep.
We study history to not repeat it.
Correct. If you too busy
You'll be in the
working
room with somebody,
to,
right? Negotiating a
Princess,
deal.
I've been too busy working to learn where I came from. Busy making dollars. Well, make your dollars, cause I'm making dollars and learning the bullshit, and I got
You can
plenty
do both.
of time to learn the bullshit.
That's right. And you got to make time for it. This
And
is
no,
your
and
history
her
that they
hair,
playing with.
his wife's hair is not straight like a white woman. That's nappy hair in a ponytail, and she put a little bang down in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Probably was just cute as hell. And
And
I can't see him being looking like the picture up in the far left on the top. And then they got one looking like he's white on the right. But
Looking terrible.
the statements made, nobody wanted a black president. Remember? That's what they said.
mhm.
And Maryland wouldn't sign until the other states signed. They don't want to deal with no black continental. But nobody didn't want to run against him because they was fucking scared.
The picture on the right is a member of the Whig Party.
The Whigamores.
Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah.
uh, I'm pissed the fuck off, y'all. I just don't know.
They did a switcheroo.
Well, Chief Bethy, I'm gonna get out here and I'm gonna let you sleep on it,
Yeah, I'm gonna
and
get
we'll
out of
do
here
this
too,
again.
y'all. We gotta go because if I stay any longer, I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna keep talking and looking, and digging. The more I dig, the more I find, and I'm
You're
figuring
gonna
this
be
shit
digging your
out
whole life.
because
Trust me.
well, if that's what it's gonna take, but let's go around and make our last closing statement so we can get out of here. Yassini,
Yeah,
girl, we gotta do it again. You tired?
for sure.
Me too.
As usual, though, Chief, you always give me things to go look up and dig
We,
into further. And
is
so
this
I'm
shit
glad
mind boggling or what,
I was
girl?
not disappointed today at all.
No, me either, sis. It's like,
It was great. And thank you. Thank you for allowing me on your panel.
oh, always welcome here, honey. Anytime, anytime. Click the link, love.
Thank you
All
for your
right.
I
wisdom
had a
too.
bar.
All right.
Hano, Hano. Oh my God, how do I say your name? Hano, Hano, nice.
He not nice. Oh, I'm like, who the
Oh my, I didn't even notice that. See,
I know
look
I
at
put
that.
it's a word
See,
trick, and that I did that when I made this name. I had to I had to think about it, But that's another subject. But yeah, he not
you know who
nice
your
means
voice sound like? Your voice sound like uh-oh, here go trouble. Y'all brace yourself because our asses is not going to bed. Here we go. We not going to
peace,
bed
peace.
for real.
Oh, bamboo done
We
went
not
Alabama.
going to
stupid.
bed. We not
Uh,
going
Alabama,
to
you let me
bed,
go to bed,
y'all.
brother. You let me go to bed.
My sister from another mister. I will not hold you. I just wanted to congratulate you. Thank you on all the well wishes and recruiting new members. And wanted to ask you, are you still preparing the letter? And when do you want to kick that off?
Yes, I am, but I wanted to I want you to we want to brainstorm because I want to hit the bullets because now I see this shit that I just went through today.
I can't stop laughing, Sister Beth.
this whole
Oh
this
my
whole
God.
crime scene. This is horrible. Hi, baby.
Hi, I apologize.
No, that's
I'll
okay.
be good night.
Oh, good night, sweetheart.
Thanks for having me.
You welcome, baby.
Peace to the sister.
Anytime.
Peace.
Anytime.
Peace, sister.
peace, peace.
Peace.
Anytime, sweetheart.
But Chief Morning Thunder,
Yeah,
that
me.
is always going to be the predicament because this is all encompassing and something new will come up each and every time that you turn a corner. But since you have laid the foundation, I know you're under gag, you can't discuss it. However, if you have taken the area of education as the point of attack, the tip of the spear, I think it is extremely incumbent upon us to get on top of this African American dictionary. Maybe bring some educators to the table. And I mean more like the teachers union and the members themselves, not the union per se, but
But the
teachers
members.
in our community that are union members. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's
Yeah,
up. That's what's up.
yeah. Yes.
Because we should not be crying out in the wilderness like John the Baptist. We should be much more
Yeah.
swift. Seriously, because we can't lament and decry our people for being conditioned and trained as Christians. That was done to them, not for them.
Correct.
It's not something to be held against them. Again, that's like we continue to punish the R victims, and the R individual is given a pass. You know what I'm saying? And how
Yes.
women's positions are being treated in the society, question their word. You must have done something. How did you dress? This is the kind of situation we're being dealt with as a people. We're always being put in a defensive position. It must be something we did to make them be as evil as they are. Please, excuse me. What? You know, when do they get put on the defensive? When do they answer and are truly accountable? Not this, joke going on with Donald John Trump. The reason why this is being drug out is because all white masculinity is being put on display by this buffoon. And the manner in which they're trying to give him ways out is because they are trying to keep getting a way out for themselves. You know why the Pope is doing a Pontius Pilate and washing his hands and moonwalking off this active crime scene.
He probably a damn mulatto. But go
I
ahead.
say enough is enough. Well, they claim he's a Latino, a Latin American pontiff. That's what they advertised him as. They brought him in, did they not? And they let the pedophile go out the back door. Benedict was actually in charge of the pedophile investigation of the entire Catholic Church. He was the banker, literally. He was the banker before they made him Pope, before Pope Francis. And I thought it very interesting.
See all
they
that
chose
stuff
the
on
name
Bloodline
Benedict.
too.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, all that stuff Bloodline too.
Yeah, I thought it interesting. He's the only Pope with the name Benedict.
Well, I found interesting that the Pope that we have right now was the only one that was initiated by another Pope.
And a Jesuit.
Right.
All of that seems to, fall off the radar and does not face scrutiny. The Jesuits are the reason we have the banking system. That's what created the Knights of Columbus and put the assassin priests around the world. That's what they sent out there with the Knights Templar. And then they actually created what we call science, Sister Bethy. Just look at Georgetown.
That's true.
That's on your doorstep. You know Georgetown University in your backyard, Sister Bethy. Look at it. Look into it a little more sometime. And you already know they're on record of selling slaves. The university was saved from bankruptcy for selling people as property. But I'm going to yield on that. Like I said, I know you're getting weary. Thank you for the time. You have a wonderful day.
Okay. And I'll hit you up with that letter. I'm writing down reading to Georgetown.
Yeah, they got a memorial for
it. That wouldn't, well, no, I ain't even gonna say that because I'm gonna start a whole nother damn segment. All right, y'all. He's not nice.
You killing him, like, you killing him.
You sound like what's his name? MTV TV. What's, you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure.
Oh, y'all on the panel know, you know Alibaba.
Oh,
what's his name?
Say something again.
Yeah.
And
well, some of my folks come from Philadelphia. They was the Outlaws.
Nah, you got a TV voice though, man. You be a good.
Are you talking about Donnie Simpson?
No, he sound like the guy that be on Chief Holiday's panel. MTVS something like that.
Talking about
But that's not. I'm here. I'm present.
I think he's West Indian. But no, you're not him. You look totally different.
Yeah.
From him. MTV. Oh God, he be in the chat sometime. He's very intelligent.
Talk Your Talk Media.
I forget. No, the other.
She talking about the young guy.
Zab.
Yeah.
You're not talking about Zab.
Yes, he sounds just like Zab.
Yeah,
that's what I thought he was.
Zab.
He not nice.
Yes,
ma'am. Do you know not Zab?
No, I do not.
He got a little bit more bass than Zab.
You also sound a little bit like Lotus too.
I don't know these guys personally.
Oh, Lotus was in the chat.
Yeah, he another sharp brother.
Yeah, he's sharp.
Wow, I take that as a compliment. But I'm one of the Santians that you
Santee?
Yeah, I was born in Santee, South Carolina, Orangeburg.
Get out of here.
What's
Yes,
up, country
ma'am.
boy? What's up,
My
country
I'm a
mother's
boy?
husband was born in
last name.
Sanford, South
I'm a
Carolina.
country mixed with city toxic. You're
What's up, country boy?
yeah. I'm a country boy mixed with city toxic. It's a difference, man. It's a totally different. I got both views and a lot of on my way I view things in my perception.
What city you mix with?
Oh, Jersey City.
Jersey City.
Yeah. New
Well,
Jerusalem.
wow.
I'm from Bennettsville.
Oh, peace, brother.
You know about Bennettsville?
No, I know about Newark, where
I know about Bennettsville.
Newark is the center of a lot of things in this. Right, well, I can go with that's a whole nother story too. Newark, I'm right next to Newark, right across the street from the bridge of Newark.
You know where all those hotels are um in South Carolina? Bennettsville is down the damn street. It's all the hotels, and they got that one
You
damn
talking about
soul
south of the
food.
border?
That no, not that one. We stayed in like a uh it's right next door to that one
You was
soul
in
food
Florence?
restaurant. Huh?
You was in Florence? Down by
Yeah,
No,
the
no, 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 no.
down by the Thunderbird?
No, we were in Dillon.
Okay, you was
oh,
in
Dallas,
Dillon.
South
Number
Carolina.
9.
Let me see.
Yeah, you take number 9 in Bennettsville from Dillon.
We was right there.
That's how you get
Utahville, Hollywood,
that's
Holly
how you get
Hill.
to your
How about
people's joint, number
we
9.
we we stayed in the Quality Inn.
Okay, yeah, I know you was at. You was right there by the interstate, right?
Yeah, because you cross the street, it's a gas station.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah,
streets is
yeah. They got
wide
the
as hell.
fireworks joint and all that right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we stayed there because the Red Roof was right across from it.
yeah. I got some peoples live in Dillon, and they from Connecticut too.
Yeah, that I got family from Connecticut too. We my family up there is the Burdens.
My family, Hamers and Dudleys and Covingtons.
I know a Dudley from Blue Hills, and
You know, Lamb. Lamb easy to know.
Hold on, brother. You said your family is the what? The Burtons?
Yeah, Burdens and
Spell it.
Burden. Well, that's my last name, brother.
Okay.
I got Breeden in
Okay.
my
Okay.
family. You
That's
got
my
your
last
name
name,
Breeden,
brother.
right?
Excuse me.
I said Theodore. Your last name Breeden?
Yeah, but yours probably spelled different than mine.
Yeah, they spell it with the 2 E's in my
Yeah,
family.
mine with one E.
Yeah, they spell it with 2
you
E's.
don't know no Canada's, right? Last name Canada.
I can't.
I know
No, I don't.
I know Kennedy, not Canada.
Kids,
And they spell it with the K.
Oh no, this was a C.
the kids, the Browns, the
That was
Jacksons,
my mother. Used to be my mother's married last
And
name
then I know some Kennys.
the Bowmans. Y'all know Bowmans?
in Connecticut.
Yeah.
No, what part of Connecticut?
New England, I believe.
Yeah, I live in New England, but that's a group of towns
Right.
and
That
cities.
right. It's a whole. It's big out there. It's kind of like the country to me in my eyes.
Well, you must be talking about Bridgeport or New Haven
Yeah, my mother. I think my mother's
or
born in
Bridgeport.
Stanford.
Bridgeport.
I
A
was
lot
born
of
in
my people,
Bridgeport.
a lot of my people in
What's your
Bridgeport.
mother name?
Cynthia Burton. My mother's mother died in one of them hospitals when she was born. Her name was Ollie Mae. Ollie Mae, I think her last name was Burton. But she did have another last name before that, and a lot of things got mixed up because my mother got taken down south, all that type of stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, in
this is one of
Bridgeport, there's only 2 hospitals there.
that's one of the reasons that
St.
I study.
Vincent's. Yeah, it's St. Vincent's on 2800 Main Street, and you have Park City Hospital. Well, it's a nursing home now, but
Because I think of the attack that was like probably an attack on my grandmother. My grandmother had almost 15 kids,
damn.
and then my mother was the last baby, and then she got displaced, meaning she got put with her aunts and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, this shit was common one time, and they was dropping 10, 12, 11 on.
Yeah, I think the hospital had something to do with it. That's healthy for our women to have so many kids.
We
Children.
had 10 in my family back in the 1800s. 10 kids.
Damn.
They had 10 kids, and each kid had 10 kids.
My
So you
grandma Rebecca had 13 kids.
had 99 first cousins.
But yep,
13 damn
I'm originally
kids.
from South Carolina. That's where I was born at.
Yep.
I know my grandmama. I know her business. What business she had? She had a Gold Star business. She had a residential home. So she took in everybody, right? She took in everybody. She didn't discriminate to nobody, but she understood what was happening. I believe.
Damn.
She always
That's
said she was a
good.
Cherokee. I'm off the 301 down south, 301 and 15A. Oh, by old number 6 road. You know, I'm in the country, like
What part of South Carolina again?
Santee.
Yeah, that's right. Santee. Yep. The
Santee.
Santee Indians.
Hey, look, when I was 7
All
years
them
old,
Indian schools.
I went, the camp right there in Santee, right,
Okay, yeah.
right by the river.
And it's right down by the river, right? But like
Yeah,
going
yeah.
past City
I
Hall.
went to that joint when I was 7 years old, man.
So you know where I'm
I
at.
got
You know
sent to
what I'm
Granny
talking.
house, and she sent me to that joint.
You know, and that's one of the things they did to us. They put people in them borders, their educational systems that to now today we know that's indoctrinated. They indoctrinating us heavily.
Right. There was little Indian boarding schools. All them schools in South Carolina.
Yes,
They were
ma'am.
all little Indian boarding schools. Glennis came up here and he showed them the Cayenne Indians. Cayenne, yeah. And don't nothing but little black kids went to that school, little Indian kids. And
Mm-hmm.
they still go to that same school today. He said he showed it.
It wasn't
Could
no.
could the where I'm from, it's not it's just like mostly white people that's doing business in that town. You understand? And they come from another little. I understand they rushed people over here. When they
Man,
did
white.
that
That's what
baby
I'm
boom
saying. White
and that
folks were white.
they
Well, there
rushed them
wasn't a
over
lot of
here.
white folks around in South Carolina when I
It,
was
it's
young.
it wasn't. It's not in my town. It's some. But not in my town. My town, everybody was calling themselves fan. I mean, like
I'm
everybody
talking
was a
women
Yeah,
and
family.
because there's
businesses and
so many.
everything. It was.
In some areas it look very desolate because when you go, I guess when I go there, I just feel like, damn, this look like where we just ran from it, like, and nobody never came back. Sometimes I think people are scared to go and live there, and white people too, because all them Negroes there and all them ghosts is probably there, scared the shit out of them.
Well, when they you don't see no city lights to brighten your way.
I
you know,
know.
you
Especially
be-
where we at in Clio on that strip. I'm like, damn. I do not want to be out here when it get dark.
I love the country.
Oh, me too.
I love the
When
country.
it get dark in the country, it get jet
Dark.
Oh yeah, you going to see the universe.
jet black.
You going to see the
Yeah.
universe.
And the
Yes,
clouds
sir.
are, I noticed that the clouds in the sky is so close.
I can tell you another thing
And
about
they can't
San.
and they can't and they can't come down but so far.
Hey, I can tell you
Yeah.
But you
another
can
thing
see
about
if you really
Santee.
watch, you can see where the clouds start to bottoming out at.
Yeah. It's real close. The skies is so
Hey, he not,
close.
hey, he not. I can tell you another thing I know about Santee. Y'all got them gangster mosquitoes, boy.
Yeah. He said gangster mosquito.
Man, listen,
They did.
the
Yes, they are.
mosquitoes down there got them AKs, boy. I'm telling you.
That's because we by the. It's the river right there, the Santee River.
You need a real gun to shoot them
Boy,
damn
let me tell you
mosquitoes.
something. They got some of the worst mosquitoes in the United States. And it's because of that river, like you said. Oh man, they vicious.
I was seeing bugs I never seen before in my life, and they was real big. I'm like, you would think they don't even run from you when you walk by them.
It's a shit. We've been here longer than you. You say, I'm home. Your ass don't stay here. We will
I
skip it
was
when you
kind of
get your shit and you
scared,
leave.
and I said, "Damn, this thing is not gonna move. You can walk right by them. Here, the flies and stuff, they move away from you real quick. Down there, them bugs don't run."
They're looking to eat. Whatever you they're looking to find something to eat.
Well, I tell you this, with bug, when you see bugs, you could tell like there's some good stuff around, natural stuff. If bugs don't eat the stuff,
Oh yeah,
you know that's one of the
that means
nature
nature
things that,
working.
yeah, nature's in effect, and we probably shun it sometimes, but when you don't see no bugs around, you really got to think about it. Like, oh, a lot of non-natural stuff going on. People make people got fake grass and
A lot
water
of
it.
thick plants too,
People got fake grass in their
Yep,
lawn and they water it.
because a lot of the insects they like yarn maintenance for the plants,
Yes, they are.
that's true.
especially
Yep,
like
that's true.
the bees. They're gonna help
And
with
them
the
my buddies right
pollination and
there.
all that.
And they my buddies. I let them go do what they got to do.
They were saying they did a study on that with the bee population. They were saying that when they started all the spraying and stuff with the pesticides and stuff, they said it killed the bee population. And then when it killed the bee population, they said that's what killed the uh, you, you have to be old enough to know this, but the Garden of Eden. America used to have food growing everywhere in the wild, damn near every state. So
Yes, sir.
you can't go nowhere now, and
They
do
they
that.
Pear,
they
plums.
they're operating on many levels. They're operating on
None of that
Yeah,
many
stuff in the
levels.
neighborhood no more.
apples, pears, pecans, plums,
Pomegranate trees, all that
peaches,
stuff you can see,
Big
man.
trees,
figs,
I don't
yeah,
see none of that stuff
everywhere,
no
man.
more.
peaches.
And it was a
Man, you
normal
know what's
thing.
funny?
Bluebirds,
If,
raspberries.
if y'all remember this, you can like if you just like break down like every 10 years of your life, you can see how they just every 10 years how something was missing.
I just got a
Yeah,
good
you know what I
thought,
mean?
right, Sister Bethy?
Mm.
We can counter. I think a portion of countering these enemies, if is use their strategy, right? Which they talking about global warming, meaning showing how they polluted this world,
Yeah.
showing how their industries help pollute this world, which they trying to make everything go to greenback now. Only if you with this corporation. If we can do something like that, it's a necessary too, because they have that, not just the people, the land itself. They
But these
usurp.
people out here blocking the sun, man, and controlling the weather now, man. So I mean, that's a
Oh, they've been
tough
doing.
hill to battle.
But it's all. That's the thing, though. It's a battle period, and the battle needs soldiers or someone to actually, you know what I mean, go to war. But war don't necessarily mean physical at that. It's psychological too. And I hate to shame and guilt anyone, right? But maybe that's the problem. We should put them in their places. Meaning that
Agreed.
knowing who the Slavs are and knowing they're proud. If we I study them too as well, they are proud of who they are. So we gotta let them be who they are. And you have to get whatever green. Most of these people don't even have a green card that occupy and call themselves Americans because they're European. You call yourself American. That's right there telling you stealing identity. You call that identity theft right now. And
Facts.
you still going, they still go under the name. Oh, we American, true American. Hold up. I don't want to be you. I want you to be me.
That's why these people ain't leaving this damn country without no damn fight. You think them damn people gonna leave this country to go back
Oh,
to that shithole where their
they're not
ancestors
gonna
came back
leave
from?
without they're not, because
Man,
they
you
know.
lost your mind. Now, everybody think that you got to be out your mind. Them people gonna
You
fight
can't
tooth
We were
and
just
nail.
talking about the
They keep
clouds,
their
right?
asses here.
you can't
The
mistake
cloud
Slavs for
country, the
Europeans.
clouds are it's a beautiful scene. The country, I don't, even in it's rain. When you go over to Europe or anything like that, it's a cloud over there. I mean, like a dark cloud. They don't grow nothing. So tell me why?
Cause it's cold as fuck over there too.
How are we paying for them then? But that's because of the system, right? We understand the system is getting 12, and everybody stay in their prospective jobs and do your so-called job. This is the industry, and this is their pollution. This is their
That's
this.
true.
eh, They
That's
said
true.
it's an article went out said New York is sinking because all of the buildings. So we know we got old buildings, but these new excuse me, these
I
new
read that.
buildings.
That was crazy.
These new buildings, they got new buildings trying to reach like Babel, reach God. They what are these guys? What are these buildings benefiting? Unless it's not really benefiting nobody. They getting money off the property, and they forcing some workers to go back to work. Right? They're forcing them to go back to work and then fire them. They say we need people in the building because they paying rent. So they have to occupy. Somebody has to
They got
occupy.
right.
I just seen
These
another.
99-year contracts they have on in these damn buildings.
I just seen they put up I gotta look find it, but they put a school on the real estate market for $60,000 in the
You better call
County
Umar Johnson.
in Osea County.
Shit,
I'm
Umar
saying
Johnson spend that
I'm
money,
saying you
man. He ain't got no
gotta
money
think
to buy no
about
damn school.
you gotta think about this. What that specific state is selling it, or did that state own it to sell it? Who was the owner before that? Then?
Exactly.
Man, listen, man. Call Umar. Umar could buy that junk, and he got some money on the side for the strippers.
Actually, I have visited Dr. Umar's, but I've been around his where his school is in Delaware, and I was surprised that even it was a school when once all the yip y'all about him. It actually is a school there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but it's a shithole. That's what it is. A straight up shithole. Only
It
damn
could be
thing
a
in that damn thing worth
but
sitting in is a damn gym.
but then is that materialistic talking from the perspective or the betterment for us inspected? See, it's there, but sometimes we're gonna have a biased eye on things, on a lot of things. The only biased eye I have is a person that's faking the funk, and then you
Right.
find out he's faking the funk. That's the
And
only
everybody know he's
bias.
faking the phone.
Yep. Yep.
Everybody know he's
Yep.
faking the phone. He
Right.
ain't no new to nobody.
So we put that faking the funk, just like they got fact checkers, because the fact checkers are what they call independent fact check, even though they be wrong, and then they are promoting these people though, because they doing what they want them to do, right? They want to stick on their narrative, not ours, but their narratives, and say whatever is false or true, and make it up with whoever investigating it and putting these works together. Sister Bethany, already you published some things, and these published things already recognized because it's on YouTube. But it's the fact that if we are unrecognized to the government, but they know we doing it because they watch everything. Everything is
Yeah.
monetized.
Facts.
Everything is They know what they doing, and they're gonna see how far we can consent. You ever seen the lady that talked for Joe Biden? I'm gonna bring up as an example.
Yeah. The black lady, right?
The black lady, but
She's so cute.
you would think she's one of us, but she's African or
Yep.
Nigerian or something like
Yep.
that. And then
Yep.
if you look at a lot of these actors that they promoting, they're other people. They're British, Angela
European,
Elbit,
British.
Europe.
Yep.
These are all keys that they're showing in our face, because everything that's dealing with political is the world stage.
Lorenzo Tate just had a take on that. He was talking about how the British actors getting all the jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this guy,
Because
y'all.
they knock on. Who is that?
Look at that sky. And we was in South Carolina.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but
You said the sky flattening out at
It's
the
like
bottom.
right in your face. Yeah, it's like right in your face.
And I was like,
That dark part of the cloud is flattening out
it
right there.
And it's a different
scary.
vibe. It's a different feel.
Yeah, it was kind of scary, man. Because it's not, when you standing there, it's not. It don't even seem like it's up in the sky. It looks out, like flat out. It don't look like
You've been
it's
in
in the
Connecticut too
sky.
long. You get some of the southern hospitality.
Because we didn't have to. Okay, when we were standing there, you see that cloud right over my truck. That cloud, I didn't have to hold my head up to look at it. I looked straight.
That's you looking up in the gray, right? gray shirt.
No, that's not me. That's somebody else.
I'm just seeing they looking up too at the Myron in the sky, right?
Yeah,
It
it's
just looks
real out
scary.
here in the sticks.
It looked like water. It looked like
Like
an
the Maya
ocean.
says,
It looks like an
water's
ocean.
above, water's below.
I'm
Yes,
telling
sir.
you, when I look at it, it looks like when you're out there, it looks like the ocean is out, straight out, not up in the air.
Yeah, everything is not that far as they perceive. There's no such thing as outer space.
And then I start
No such
seeing,
thing.
no, it's out, like straight out. It looks like it looks like if we cross the street, we can go and jump in the water. That's what it looks like when we're there. It looks like we can go across the street and go swimming. It doesn't look like it's up in the sky when you're there. And it freaked me out.
Right.
And then I'm looking in the clouds and I see all these different faces.
Yeah, they pop up. They do.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that the ancestors smiling down on your head?
You kind of see a face right there with the bigger cloud that's popping out towards us.
I see a whole bunch of faces and heads. That shit looked as scary as hell to me. It still do.
Ain't but the ancestors. Don't be scared of your ancestors, Sister Beth. There's your ancestors looking down on you. Then you know they got their eyes on you.
It looked like somebody's laying down in the water. And it looked like 3 dudes sitting up in the far left. It's 3 dudes.
Saying, what's up? Throw one of them hamburgers up there with it.
Man,
I knew you was cooking.
Oh yeah, we was cooking out there, man. That's our land. That's our land that we bought out there.
Oh no. Yeah, I saw the video.
Man, I have fun. I can't wait to go back. I miss being there. I do. I really do.
It's something about being in the South. It really is. It's something about being in the South.
Well, we don't got a lot
of resonance with your soul.
A lot of what you call high rises and a lot of the industry and the all that stuff is really up north. It's stuff across, but it's not as deep like in the city area. It's all compact in the city. So you will miss this in life if you never experienced it.
Did I make it big?
No, that's good. That's good. You can make it bigger. That just brings me back.
I'm in the
city. I'm in the city. Like I see city stuff.
Me too.
I see it every day. Every day out here.
I don't like going out nowhere.
Today it was yellow up here. It was real gloomy.
Wow.
Tough to be y'all, man. This country life ain't nothing but this what it is, man.
I know one damn thing. They got them deep ditches. You will fall in them bitches if you speed. I was driving slow. I was like, I don't want to fall.
You ain't got your damn eyes on your head on the swivel.
Yeah, they will be sneaking up on you if you don't know the roads. They will sneak up on you, just like a pothole. Better know where.
Yeah, and you can't get out. Anyway, y'all, look, we done stayed another half hour. I'm ready to get out.
I'm out. Peace to the family. Y'all take it easy. To the next time.
Just the like on the way out. YAHSINNI, I'll talk to you soon.
That'll be good, man. I'm out of here.
And Alibaba, take some rest. Get some good rest, good brother.
You killing them, Beth. You killing them.
You are too.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Peace and grateful to everybody.
Y'all. Peace and love to you. Y'all.
Born into